Something drew you here. Something older than chance, quieter than coincidence. That pull you felt, that gentle stirring that would not leave you alone, that was me. I was the one calling. I have been calling for a long time. Before the foundations of the world were laid, I saw this moment. I saw the road you would walk. I saw the valleys that would take your breath away and the mountains that would seem impossible to climb. I saw every wrong turn and every long detour, and I made sure that through all of it, through every winding, painful, confusing mile of it, you would arrive right here. This moment was written in eternity, and you are exactly where you are supposed to be. I need you to hear something today. Not with the part of you that analyzes and debates, not with the part of you that has been disappointed before and learned to hold hope at a distance. I need you to hear what I am about to say with the deepest part of you, the part that already knows it is true, that has been waiting to hear it spoken plainly. You are seen. You are known. You have never been forgotten. I have watched you in the quiet. I have been there in the hours when the house was still and sleep would not come. When your mind turned over every fear, every unanswered question, every burden you had no one to hand to. I sat with you in that silence. You thought you were alone in it. You were not. I was there, closer than you knew, holding more than you could see. I did not look away. I did not grow tired of your sorrow or impatient with your grief. I held every single one as something precious. Not one tear was wasted. Not one cry went unheard. You have never prayed into an empty room. Every word you ever sent toward heaven reached me, and every word mattered. I saw you give when you'd almost nothing left. I saw you hold yourself together in public when you were falling apart in private. I watched you push through days that should have finished you. I watched you protect those you love, even when no one was protecting you. I witnessed the strength it took to keep believing when the evidence around you seemed to say that believing was foolish. I saw all of it. Not one moment has escaped my attention. I saw the betrayals that broke something in you. I watched the ones you trusted the most become the source of your deepest wounds. I witnessed how your kindness was used against you, how your loyalty was mistaken for weakness, how the people who should have covered you became the ones who exposed you to the cold. I watched you carry that pain quietly, refusing to become bitter, choosing to keep your heart open even when every instinct said to close it. That was not weakness. That was one of the most courageous things I have ever watched a person do. There were mornings you did not want to rise. There were seasons you prayed the same prayers so many times they began to feel worn, like cloth that has been washed until it grows thin. You wondered if your faith was enough. You wondered if the silence from heaven meant the answer was no. My child, the silence was never no. The silence was not even silence. It was the sound of deep work being done in places you could not see. Every moment you held on when you wanted to let go, something in you grew stronger. Every time you chose trust when doubt would have been easier, something in you was being shaped for a purpose greater than anything you had asked me for. You were not forgotten in the waiting. A seed buried deep in dark soil cannot see the sun. It cannot feel the warmth of the season changing above it. It simply receives what I send down into the ground and grows. That is what was happening in your life during the long, quiet, seemingly fruitless stretch. You were growing, deeper than you knew, stronger than you felt. There were nights you asked me why it was taking so long, why others seemed to move forward while you stayed still, why the door kept closing just when it seemed about to open. I heard every one of those questions. I want you to know they were never impertinent. They were honest. And I love your honesty. You were not demanding more than I could give. You were reaching for what I had already promised. That kind of faith, the kind that keeps reaching even through the confusion, is not a small thing to me. And now something has changed. The season has turned. I cannot tell you the exact moment it shifted, but I can tell you that it did. Something is different now. You can feel it even if you cannot name it. There is a stirring that was not there before, a sense that the ground beneath your life is moving again, that something long dormant is beginning to wake. That is not imagination. That is confirmation. What is coming is not a small improvement on what you have known. It is the fullness of everything I promised. And I do not break my promises. Declare your Amen if you believe God has been with you through every season of your life. Now I need to tell you something that is going to reframe everything you have been through. Something that will change the way you look at the hardest seasons of your life. Because there is something that has been happening in the unseen realm. Something you did not fully understand while you were in the middle of it. The enemy has been terrified of you. Not cautious, not slightly concerned. Terrified. He has known things about you that you forgot about yourself. He has seen the anointing placed on your life, the calling, the assignment, the weight of purpose that was written over you before you took your first breath. He has watched heaven's investment in you, and he has known that when you finally step into the fullness of who I created you to be, something extraordinary will happen. Chains will break. Hearts will open. Lives will change. What I have placed in you carries the power to reach far beyond you. That is why he fought you so hard. He did not come against you because you were weak. He came against you because you were powerful. He did not oppose you because you were insignificant. He opposed you because your significance in my kingdom is far greater than he ever wanted you to discover. Every time he could make you feel small, worthless, forgotten, too far gone, he was buying time. He was trying to keep you from waking up to what you actually carry. Every setback in your life was not random misfortune. It was warfare. Every door that closed at the wrong moment, warfare. Every relationship that fell apart, strategic opposition. Every season of delay when breakthrough seemed so close and then pulled away. Not accident, not punishment, not divine abandonment. Warfare. The enemy does not waste resources on things that do not matter. He was terrified of your next season. He still is. Those who hurt you deepest and most deliberately, they were being used. I am not excusing what they did. What they did caused real damage and real pain, and I take that seriously. But the enemy worked through the people closest to you precisely because that is where wounds go deepest. He was not trying to inconvenience you. He was trying to make you abort your purpose. He was trying to make the pain so great that you would close your heart, give up your calling, and spend the rest of your days surviving instead of living. But you did not. You are still here. And that is not a small thing. That alone tells you something. That alone is a sign that what I placed in you is not finished. I have not changed my mind about you. I have not revised your calling based on what you have been through. I have not handed your assignment to someone else while you were in the valley. My gifts and purposes, once given, are not taken back. You are still marked. You are still chosen. The anointing on your life has not faded. It has been deepened by the very suffering the enemy meant to use against you. The fire was not punishment. It was preparation. Every moment inside it was doing something in you that comfort alone could never have built. The prolonged seasons of lack were not evidence of my absence. They were evidence of his fear. He was placing obstacle after obstacle in your path because he could see where the path was leading. He saw the destination even when you could not, and it frightened him. I want you to stop seeing your past through his eyes and start seeing it through mine. When I look at what you have walked through, I do not see a person diminished by their trials. I see a person refined by them. I see someone who has been tested at the deepest level and did not break. I see someone who chose faith when the evidence pointed everywhere else. I see someone who kept praying when the prayers felt hollow, who kept trusting when trust felt foolish, who kept their hands open when every wound in them said to close up and protect yourself. That is not a person who has been weakened. That is a person who has been made ready. And now I am telling you, his time of opposition in this season is over. The window he was trying to close is opening. The momentum he was trying to stop is building. What he designed to bury you has become the very thing that positioned you. What he sent to destroy you has become the foundation you are standing on. Do not mistake this for easy optimism. I am not giving you pleasant words to make you feel better for an hour. I am speaking a decree over your life. What I decree does not return void. What I declare in heaven becomes reality on the earth, and I am declaring it now. Every scheme formed against you in this season is being dismantled. Every weapon raised against you is being turned back. The enemy overplayed his hand. He pushed too far, pressed too hard, and crossed a line that made me move on your behalf. That is what you are feeling right now. That is the shift in the air. That is me moving. I know that you have come through this carrying wounds. I know the weariness in your bones is real. The places where trust was broken are real. The questions that linger at the back of your mind about whether you are enough, whether the damage is too deep, those are real too. I am not asking you to pretend otherwise. I am asking you to give those wounds to me. Lay them down and let me show you what I am about to do with every single one. Because I have been watching this whole time, working this whole time, holding you this whole time, and I am about to make the enemy regret every move he ever made against you. Say, I receive this, if you believe the enemy's assignment against your life is being broken right now. There are lies you have been living under, whispers that have been running so long in the background of your thinking that they began to feel like truth. I am about to dismantle every single one of them. The enemy told you that you are a failure. I say you are someone I have been forming into a world changer. The enemy whispered that you are too broken to be used. I say your brokenness is exactly what qualifies you for the assignment I have given you, because you have learned things in the broken places that the untested never could. The enemy told you that you missed your window, that you left it too late, that the season for your life has come and gone. I say your moment is now. I am opening doors that no force on this earth can shut. The enemy declared that you are forgotten, that no one of significance sees you or cares what becomes of you. I declare that you are chosen before the foundation of the world, that your name is written on the palms of my hands. The enemy screamed that you are worthless. I announce that you are priceless, worth the blood of my own son, worth every sacrifice, worth everything it cost to bring you back to me. The enemy said you will never recover from what happened. I say full restoration is coming, not a patched-up version of what you had, but something rebuilt and renewed from the ground up. The enemy proclaimed that your best days are behind you. I prophesy that the days ahead are greater than anything that came before. Not in spite of what you suffered, because of what you suffered. The suffering deepened you. The trials widened your capacity. You can carry more now than you could before, and what I am about to release requires someone who can carry it. The enemy said, "You made too many mistakes." I say your past is covered, and I remember your failures no more. The enemy insisted you are too weak for what lies ahead. I say my strength is made perfect in your weakness, that the very places where you run out of yourself are where my power rests most completely on you. The enemy told you that you are disqualified by your history. I declare that you are called and chosen according to my purpose, and no history under my forgiveness can disqualify you. The enemy claimed you are abandoned, that the people who matter have left and those who remain do not understand. I say I will never leave you. I have been beside you through every valley, and I will be beside you through every mountain still ahead. You are accepted. You are held. You are never alone. Who are you going to believe? The voice of the accuser, whose only purpose is to steal and destroy, or the voice of your Creator, who gave everything to restore you? The lie that has dimmed your life, or the truth that sets you free? Choose now, not tomorrow, now. Choose what you will allow to stand as true in your heart about who you are and what is coming for you. Now hear me on this. There is a seal that has been placed over your provision. It has been the source of the strain in that area of your life. The sense that no matter how hard you worked, the supply was never quite enough. That doors closed just before you could walk through them. That seal was never meant to be permanent. I allowed it as a testing season, to see if you would keep trusting me when nothing seemed to be working, to see if your faith was real or only present when conditions were easy. You passed. You did not do it perfectly. You wavered. You had your moments of doubt, but you did not abandon your faith. You did not close your hands. You did not walk away. And because of that, because of the faith you held when faith was the hardest thing to hold, the seal is cracking open right now. My child, I am asking you to place a portion of what you have, something of real weight, upon the altar of this work, as gold laid on the scales of this calling. Let it be a seed sown into deep water, an offering set on stone, not held back in fear. This is proof that your trust rests in my hand to provide, and that your heart no longer clings to lack. What you release in faith does not leave your life. It moves ahead of you, into the harvest I'm preparing. Let your faith breathe for a moment. This is sacred ground, an act of trust made before any evidence arrives, before any proof appears. That is faith in its purest form, and I receive it. The provision seal is breaking open. Resources are being released that have been held in reserve. Provision will come from directions you did not anticipate, through pathways you did not think to look down. I say this not to paint an easy picture, but because it is what I have already set in motion. The supply that felt blocked is beginning to flow. What felt like perpetual lack is making way for a new season of overflow. Stop bracing for shortage. I know that is what long seasons of struggle teach a heart to do. It becomes a form of self-protection, a way of guarding against disappointment one more time. But a heart that is braced against loss cannot open wide enough to receive what is coming. A closed posture cannot gather what I am sending. Open your expectations. Open your hands. Open your belief to the possibility that this time is different. Because this time, it is. The provision seal is open, and I am faithful to fill every space I open. There is a second seal I want to speak about now. The seal that has been placed over your relationships. This is the one that has been feeding the loneliness. The one that made you feel as though you could be surrounded by people and still feel profoundly alone. the one that kept the right connections just out of reach, that brought people into your life who could not see your value or chose not to honor it, that left you wondering if genuine connection was even something you were made for. I know the loneliness has been deep. I know there were seasons when you looked around at what surrounded you and felt the ache of being misunderstood, underestimated, or simply unseen. I know what it is to watch others walk in the connections you longed for while you stood at a distance. I am not dismissing that pain. I witnessed every moment of it. But I need you to understand something about why the isolation came. The clearing was not only the enemy's work. I allowed some of the emptying because what was filling your life was holding you back. Some of the connections that were removed were connections that were diminishing you, not building you, not calling out the greatness I placed in you, not walking with you toward what I had prepared for your life. Some of them were comfortable in ways that were actually keeping you small. You had outgrown certain relationships, but the security of the familiar made it impossible to move forward. So I cleared space, not to wound you, to make room. What I am sending into your life now cannot arrive until the space is prepared. You cannot put new wine into old wineskins. The connections I have been holding in preparation for you, the ones who will recognize the anointing on your life, who will open doors you could not open for yourself, who will stand beside you without needing to reduce you in order to feel secure. They cannot enter a life where there is no room for them. The clearing hurt. I know it did, but it was preparation, not punishment. People are being sent from places you would not think to look. They are already in motion. A mentor who carries keys to your next level is being positioned by an arrangement you did not orchestrate. A partner who understands your purpose is on the way. Someone who will look at you and immediately recognize what you carry. They are coming. These are not random meetings. These are encounters designed in eternity and timed to the hour. When they arrive, you will know. Something in your spirit will recognize the divine fingerprint on the introduction. These connections will be different from what you have experienced before. They will not take more than they give. They will not shrink in the presence of your gifts. They will not compete with your calling or resent your growth. They will call it out. They will press you further into what I have placed in you. They will see in you what I have always seen, and they will refuse to let you settle for less. That is the nature of the divine connections I am sending. They do not flatter, they build. They do not accommodate your weaknesses. They help you grow past them. When you encounter them, hold on. They are rare. They are intentional. They are from me. I'm also speaking about restoration. Not every broken relationship will be restored. Not all of them should be, and I will give you wisdom to know the difference. But some of the severed connections that still carry weight in your heart, the ones where grief, not relief, rises when you think of them, some of those are not over. Reconciliation is coming in those places. An apology is on its way from someone you had stopped expecting to hear it from. A conversation is coming that will change the way you understand what happened. Some bridges you thought were permanently burned are being rebuilt by my hand. I know you have been careful with your heart since the last time it was broken. I know the walls went up for good reason. I am not asking you to pull them down recklessly or to trust those who have not earned it. I am asking you to trust me. Trust that I can bring the right people through every wall you have built. Trust that I can restore what genuine divine purpose holds together. Trust that the deep hunger you carry for real community, for relationships where you can be fully known and still fully loved, is not you asking for too much. It is evidence that I made you for it. I do not create longings without the capacity to fulfill them. I do not make a heart that aches for belonging and then leave that ache permanently unanswered. The longing is there because the fulfillment is coming. The ache is there because the answer is real. You were not made for isolation. You were made for deep, rooted, faithful connection. The kind that sharpens you, that holds you accountable with gentleness, that speaks to what I placed in you without envy. That connection is being released now. The seal over your relationships is breaking. The isolation is not your permanent address. It was a chapter, a long, costly, necessary chapter, and the chapter is closing. When someone new crosses your path in this season, do not be so armored against disappointment that you miss a divine appointment. Pay attention in the unexpected places. A conversation that goes deeper than the surface. A person whose words land exactly where you needed them to. A connection that feels strangely familiar, even though it is new. Those are not coincidences. I am in those moments. I am the one arranging them. Watch for the introductions I am making in your life. They are not by chance, they are by design. Now we come to the third seal, and this one is the deepest. This is the seal over your purpose. It is the one that has kept you in a long holding pattern, circling the same territory, feeling the restlessness of someone who knows they were built for more, but cannot seem to find the door that leads there. This is the seal behind the nagging sense that something is missing, not from your circumstances, but from your life at its core. The quiet dissatisfaction that followed you even into seasons when things were relatively fine on the outside. That dissatisfaction was not ingratitude. It was a signal. I put it there. I designed you with a longing for your true calling, and that longing does not go quiet just because life gets busy or comfortable. It stays. It persists. It presses against the ordinary until you pay attention. If you have been feeling it, that is not a problem to manage. That is a call to answer. You were made for a specific assignment, not a general one. A specific one. I did not create you and then release you into the world with a vague hope that something meaningful might find you. I gave you gifts that point in a particular direction. I gave you a history that prepared you for a particular work. I gave you passions that light up when you move toward certain things and grow dim when you move away. I gave you a capacity for certain kinds of pain, the kind that breaks you open instead of just breaking you, the kind that makes you able to sit with others who are suffering what you once survived. All of that is intentional. All of it is pointing somewhere. The seal over your purpose was placed there in part because of timing, and in part because of fear. The timing I will speak to in a moment, but the fear, I want to address that first, because the fear of your calling is one of the most effective tools the enemy has used against you. The fear took many shapes. The fear that you would try and fail publicly, that the thing you feel called to would expose you to ridicule or rejection. The fear that you were mistaken, that what you sense as calling is actually just wishful thinking. The fear that you have waited too long, that the opportunity has passed, that others have already done what you were meant to do. The fear that you are not qualified, that someone more prepared, more polished, more credentialed should be standing where you feel drawn to stand. The fear that stepping forward would mean stepping away from safety, and safety after everything you have been through felt like the only thing you could count on. I want to answer every one of those fears right now. You will not fail in a way that defeats my purpose. I have never commissioned someone for an assignment and then abandoned them to the outcome. I give what is needed for what I ask. What I call you to, I equip you for. Not always before the moment, but in the moment. which means the preparation you feel you are lacking will arrive precisely when you need it. Step toward the calling and watch what I release as you move. You are not mistaken about what you carry. I know you have questioned it. I know you have tried to talk yourself out of it. It seemed too large, too specific, too unlikely. But the longing was not random. Longings of that depth do not generate themselves. I placed it in you, and I placed it there deliberately. What you feel drawn toward is not a dream you invented. It is a picture I painted inside you of what I always intended. You have not waited too long. I do not operate on the world's timeline. I do not look at your age or your history and calculate whether it is too late. I look at readiness, and readiness is something I determine, not the calendar. Many of the ones I used most powerfully came into their fullness later than the world would have expected. The prolonged preparation was not failure. It was depth being built beneath the surface. What grows slowly grows strongest. And you are qualified. Not because of credentials, because of consecration. Not because of what you have built, because of what you have been through. The very things that seem to disqualify you have shaped you for the work. The brokenness, the long seasons, the unconventional path, all of it has made you exactly right for what I am asking you to do. I do not need polished people. I need yielded ones. I need those who have been broken enough to know they cannot do this alone. That is who you are. And that is exactly who I need. The third seal is shattering now. What has been locked away is being released. The clarity you have been searching for is coming. Not all at once, because I never show you everything at once. But the next step is becoming visible. The next door is opening. The path forward is beginning to illuminate beneath your feet. You do not need the full map. You only need the next step. Take it. Leave the old seasons thinking behind. You cannot carry the smallness of what was into the fullness of what is coming. Stop waiting until you feel ready. Readiness is built by moving, not by waiting. Step forward, not because you have everything figured out. Step forward because I am asking you to. That has always been enough, and it is enough today. Say, "Yes, Lord," if you are ready to walk into the purpose you were created for. Something has been set in motion in your life that I want to describe to you, because understanding it will change the way you move through the days ahead. When all three seals break, and they are breaking right now as these words reach your spirit, something is released that I can only describe this way. A drawing force. A spiritual gravity that begins to pull toward you the things I have ordained for your life. You will not need to chase what is yours. You will not need to force doors open or manufacture outcomes or hustle yourself into exhaustion, trying to make things happen in your own strength. What is meant for you will begin finding you. Resources will start moving in your direction. Not always in the ways you expect. I rarely work in the ways you expect because my paths are wider than your plans. An unexpected provision will arrive from a source you did not think to look to. Something you had written off will resurface. A door you stopped knocking on will open. An opportunity you never applied for will present itself. This is not luck. This is the law of my kingdom, working on your behalf. The same law that says when you seek first what belongs to me, everything else is added. You have been seeking. The addition is coming. People will begin moving toward you rather than away from you. The right voices will find their way into your circle. Those who carry keys to your next level are being drawn by a force they may not even understand. They will simply sense that they need to know you, that something in them recognizes something in you. Let them in. They are not accidents. When the right connection arrives wearing the face of a coincidence, know that I arrange the meeting. Nothing in this season is random. Everything that finds you is being sent. Favor will begin opening what opposition closed. Systems and structures that seem to work against you will shift. People who overlooked you will suddenly see you clearly. Processes that dragged and stalled will move forward. The ground that was hard beneath your feet is softening. What was resistant is becoming cooperative. Favor is not something you earn. It is something I grant, and I am granting it over your life right now in measure you have not experienced before. But I need to warn you about something. When this shift begins, the opposition does not immediately retreat. In fact, when heaven begins to move powerfully on your behalf, the resistance often increases before it collapses. The enemy sees what is happening. He sees the momentum building, the doors beginning to swing, the provision beginning to flow, and he will launch one more wave of opposition to try to stop you before the breakthrough fully arrives. This is important for you to know, not to frighten you, but to prepare you. When discouragement presses in hard during this season, that is a sign you are close. When the voices of doubt get louder just as the path seems to be clearing, that is not evidence that you were wrong. That is confirmation that you are right. The enemy only attacks what threatens him. If he is turning up the pressure, it is because he can see what you cannot yet see from where you're standing. He can see where this is heading, and it terrifies him. Do not let him redirect your attention from what I am doing to what he is attempting. Keep your eyes fixed on me. Keep your mouth speaking what I have declared, not what circumstances seem to suggest. This matters more than you may realize. Your words carry weight in the Spirit. What you declare over your own life either cooperates with what I am releasing or works against it. If you keep declaring what the enemy has whispered, nothing ever changes. I will never get ahead. The door is always going to stay shut. You are agreeing with him, and you are pushing away what I am trying to send. Change your declarations. Not because speaking words is a formula or a magic ritual, but because your words reveal your faith, and your faith determines how fully you receive what I am releasing. Speak what you want to arrive, not what you fear is true. Speak provision. Speak purpose. Speak connection. Speak health. Speak peace restored. Let your mouth align with what heaven has already established over your life. There is something else I want to say about how you carry yourself in this season. Walk with the dignity of someone who is deeply loved by the God who made everything. Not in pride, in settled confidence. The world has a way of measuring people by their visible outcomes, by what they have accumulated or achieved or proven yet. But I do not measure you that way. I measure you by what I placed in you and by your faithfulness to it. And by that measure, you are already rich. Stay expectant. That word, expectant, is a posture, not just a feeling. It means you wake up each morning prepared to receive. You go through your day watching for what I am doing. You do not dismiss small signs as unimportant. You do not overlook a confirmation because you were looking for something larger. You live with the active awareness that I am moving in your situation, that my hand is on your life, that what I said is true even before you can see the evidence. Many people miss their breakthrough not because it did not come, but because they had stopped watching for it. They had lowered their expectations after too many disappointments. And when the thing they had been praying for arrived, it came in a shape they were not expecting, and they walked past it. Do not let that be you. Keep your heart open. Keep your eyes watching. The breakthrough may not arrive as you imagined, but it will arrive. And when it does, you will know. There is something I want you to understand about this new season that will protect you from unnecessary discouragement. Growth does not always look like growth while it is happening. A tree in winter looks dead. The leaves are gone. The branches are bare. Nothing visible is moving. But beneath the ground, the roots are still active, drawing strength, pressing deeper. What looks like stillness is often the most vital work. In the same way, there will be moments in what is coming where you will question whether anything is really changing. In those moments, trust the roots. Trust the work happening beneath what you can see. Things are moving. The season is shifting. Just because the fruit has not appeared does not mean the tree is not alive and growing. There is one more thing I want to speak over you before we close. And it may be the thing you needed most of all. Healing. Not just healing in one area. Healing across the full landscape of your life. I am speaking about the body that has been telling you something is wrong. I am speaking about the weariness that has gone so deep. It is not just tiredness, but something heavier. A kind of depletion that sleep alone cannot fix. I am speaking about the grief that has been sitting quietly in the background of your days, like a shadow you have learned to live around. I am speaking about the wound that is not fully closed, the one you think about when you are still, the one that aches when something brushes close to it. I am speaking about healing for all of it. I am the God who heals. Not was, am. What I did in every age, I am still doing. The same power that has ever restored a broken body or a broken heart is fully active, fully present, fully available to you right now. I have not limited what I am willing to do in your life. I have not decided that your situation is too complicated or your need too large. There is no ceiling on my ability to heal, and there is no distance too great for my power to reach. Healing virtue is moving through your life right now, not because you earned it, but because I love you, and love does not leave its own in brokenness when it has the power to restore. The physical condition that has been troubling you is not beyond me. I made your body. I know every part of it, every function, every system, every place where something has gone wrong. And I am moving in those places now. Restoration is flowing into what was damaged. Strength is being returned to what was depleted. What the long season stole from you physically is being rebuilt by my hand. And the healing I am releasing is not only for your body, it is for the parts of you that pain has bent out of shape over the years. The part of you that learned to expect the worst because hope had let you down too many times. The part of you that stopped fully feeling things because feeling them was too costly. The part of you that wanted to trust but built walls instead, because the last time you trusted someone it cost you dearly. I'm healing those parts, gently, not by force. You cannot be forced into openness, but steadily as you allow me in, as you keep giving me the places that hurt instead of hiding them away. Steadily and surely I'm making you whole. I want to say something specific about the peace that has been missing. There is a particular kind of peace, a deep settledness that lives below the surface of circumstances, that holds you even when everything around you is in motion, that I designed you to carry. It is the peace that passes understanding, the peace that the world did not give you and the world cannot take from you. That peace has been robbed by the long seasons of strain and uncertainty. I am restoring it. You will begin to feel it returning, not as the absence of trouble, but as a quiet certainty beneath the trouble. An anchor that holds even when the water is rough. That is what is coming back to you. There is joy that has been buried under the weight of too many hard seasons. I am reaching for it. Not the performed kind, not the smile that covers what is still breaking underneath, but real joy. the kind that rises from the deep places, the kind that persists even when life is still complicated and not everything is resolved, the kind that is not contingent on circumstances all making sense, the joy of knowing who holds you and knowing that what holds you will not let you go. I am also restoring years. I know what was lost. I know the seasons that passed that should have looked different, that should have held more life, more laughter, more fulfillment than they did. What the long drought took from you is not gone beyond recovery. I am a God who restores. Not by going backwards, I do not take you backwards, but by giving you a compressed season of such fullness that it replenishes what was missing. What was poured out will be refilled. What was worn thin will be renewed. What was taken will be returned. The account of loss is not the final account. I want you to know something that I need you to carry with you from this moment forward. I am with you, not as a figure from history, as a living presence beside you right now. Every morning you rise, I am already there. Every step you take into the unknown, I have already gone before you. Every moment you face that you feel unequipped for, I am standing beside you in it. There is not a room you will ever walk into, not a conversation you will ever face, not a decision you will ever make alone. I am in all of it. There will be days ahead when this season will be tested. Old fears will knock at the door of your thoughts. The voice of discouragement will try to make you forget what has been declared here. In those moments, come back to what you know, not what you feel in the moment. What you know. You know that I am faithful. You know that my promises are not empty. You know that I carried you through everything before, and what carried you through before is still here, still holding, still faithful. You are more than a conqueror, not in your own strength, but in mine. You do not need to manufacture courage. You do not need to pretend the road ahead is effortless. You only need to keep walking with me on it, trusting that I see what you cannot yet see, and that what I see is already good. I went before you to prepare the way. The road you are stepping onto has already been walked by me. You are not going somewhere I have not been. Follow me. I know the way through. The greatest chapter of your life is not the one behind you. It is the one beginning right now. Every promise spoken here belongs to you. Receive it, walk in it, and watch what I do. This is not the end of a conversation. It is the beginning of a different way of walking. You have been waiting for signs, for massive shifts, for the ground to tremble, but I am often found in the quiet persistence of your next right step. Do not look for applause or validation from the world to confirm your progress. True movement is internal, measured by your alignment with truth, not by the noise around you. Keep your focus steady. Carry this conviction into your ordinary day, your difficult conversations, and your silent moments. I am doing more than you can see. Declare, I trust you, Lord, if you receive everything spoken over your life today.
We run on viewer support only. For exclusive member-only content, scan the QR or see the pinned comment. God bless you.
The hour has been chosen, not by accident, not by chance. And tonight the air around you carries something that has no ordinary explanation. You can feel it, even if you cannot name it. A stillness has settled in your space, deep and expectant, like the moment before dawn breaks across the dark. That is not your imagination. That is my presence drawing near. I have been watching you. Every step you have taken, every road you have walked when the weight felt unbearable, Every night you lay down without answers, and still rose the next morning to try again. I have seen all of it. Not one moment has been hidden from me. Not one prayer has fallen silent before it reached my hearing. You have carried more than most people know. You have endured more than you have ever spoken aloud. And tonight, I am here to tell you that heaven has not been silent. Heaven has been working. This moment is sacred. The one you are in right now. The one where these words are reaching your spirit. I did not bring you here without purpose. I do not move without reason. You were drawn to this hour because this hour belongs to you. It was written before you took your first breath. Before your name existed in any language of men, it was written in mine. And I speak it now over you with authority and love. What is approaching your life is not small. Do not let the quietness of this moment fool you into thinking nothing is happening. The most powerful things I do are done in silence. I built the foundations of the earth in stillness. I knit life together in the hidden places. And right now, in the unseen realm that stands behind everything you can touch and see, I am arranging what belongs to you. You have prayed. I know the words. I know the ones you whispered with faith. And I know the ones you barely managed to speak because grief had taken your breath. I know the prayers you offered up in the middle of the night when no one else was awake. I know the ones you repeated for years, the same request, the same longing, the same hope you refused to let die. That faithfulness is seen. It is recorded. And it is the reason tonight carries the weight that it does. This is not a coincidence. The people who arrive at this moment are not stumbling here by luck. They are the ones I have called, the ones whose seasons of waiting have finally reached their appointed end. You are one of them. Not because you are without fault, not because you have done everything right, but because I am a God who keeps His word, and I made a promise concerning your life long before you were old enough to ask for it. Feel the air around you. Something sacred has shifted. The walls of your home have witnessed prayers rise from your lips and lift toward heaven. And tonight those prayers are being answered, not slowly, but completely. Not partially, but in full. What I do with wholeness. What I restore with more than what was lost. That is my nature. That is the signature of my love. You may have felt strange in recent days, as though something was on the verge of changing, as though an invisible line was about to be crossed. That is because it is. You were not imagining it. I was preparing your spirit for what it was about to receive. I do not pour out what I have prepared without first making the vessel ready. I had to strengthen certain things in you. I had to settle certain truths inside you, so that when the blessing came, you would be able to carry it without fear. Do not dismiss what you are sensing tonight, the peace that is beginning to settle over you, the warmth you may feel in your chest, the unusual calm that seems to have no human explanation. These are signs, not of superstition, but of presence. My presence does not announce itself with noise and spectacle. It arrives the way dawn does, quietly, until the darkness has no choice but to give way. And that is exactly what is happening now. You are standing at the beginning of something new. The life that has felt stalled, the dreams that have sat waiting, the healing that has seemed just out of reach. This is the hour where all of it begins to move again. I have heard every word you have ever spoken to me in private, and my answer is not delayed anymore. Tonight, my hand moves on your behalf, and nothing in heaven or earth can stop what I have ordained to be released into your life. So draw in a slow breath right now. Let your shoulders drop. Let the tension you have been carrying begin to loosen. You do not need to carry it into this hour. This hour is mine, and in mine there is room only for faith and for the sound of what is coming. There are things I see from where I stand that you cannot yet see from where you are. I see the end from the beginning. I see the completed picture when you are still looking at scattered pieces. What I see when I look at your life tonight is a turning, a door swinging open, a season that has been sealed finally breaking free. Something of great weight and great goodness is on its way. You have waited long enough for it. And tonight, the wait is over. Hear me now. The limit you set on what I can do does not change what I have already decided. My plans for you are not canceled by your disappointment. My promises are not weakened by the passage of time. They are alive. They are moving. And in this sacred hour, they are arriving. I want to speak to the waiting you have known. Not the surface kind of waiting where a few weeks pass and the answer comes. I mean the deep kind. The kind that stretches across seasons. The kind that makes you wonder if you have been forgotten. The kind where you watch others receive what you have been believing for, and you smile for them while quietly wondering when your turn will come. I know that waiting, and I need you to understand something about it. That waiting was not a punishment. It was never evidence of my rejection. Every day you waited was a day I was building. Building in the unseen what needed to be strong before it appeared in the seen. The roots of a tree grow long before the branches rise. You cannot see root work, but without it, nothing that rises will stand. I was doing root work in your life, deep, hidden, necessary work that no human eye could observe. And it was never wasted. You cried. I know. There were nights the tears came without warning and you sat with grief you did not know how to name. There were mornings you had to choose to keep going when every feeling in you said there was no point. I watched every one of those moments. I was not distant. I was not looking away. I was closer to you in those moments than the air around you. My heart was moved by what you carried, and I kept record of every silent act of faith you performed. Faith does not always look like confidence. Sometimes faith looks like getting up one more time. Sometimes faith looks like praying a prayer you do not feel, because you have chosen to trust something beyond your feelings. Sometimes faith looks like holding on with bleeding hands and refusing to let go of what I placed in your heart. That is the faith that moves me most, the quiet, persistent, painful kind. And that is exactly the kind you have walked in. You did not give up on me. You could have. There were reasons to walk away. The answers did not come on your schedule. The pain was real. The silence was long. And still, you stayed. Still, you spoke my name. Still, you believed that what I promised would come to pass. That is not a small thing. That is the testimony of a soul that has been proven, and I do not take it lightly. In the book of Job, a man lost everything he had in a single season of storm. He had done nothing wrong. He was a good man, a faithful man, a man who honored my name. And yet the darkness came and stripped what he had built. His companions told him to curse me and give up, and yet he would not. He held on. He cried out. He refused to surrender his faith. And at the appointed time I stepped in and gave him twice what he had lost. That is the God I am. I do not lead faithful ones through the fire and leave them there. The fire has a purpose, and then the fire ends. My precious one, your fire is ending. The season that tested you to your limit has reached its final day. I am not prolonging this any further. What I withheld to protect you, I am now releasing because you are ready. What felt like delay was actually the time I needed to prepare what could not be rushed. The blessing that is coming to you was not small enough to be hurried. It required space and time to be made complete. And now it is complete. And now it comes. Declare your amen if you believe this word is for you. Hear me carefully now. The things that happened in your past, the losses, the betrayals, the doors that closed, the seasons that broke your heart, those things were not the end of your story. They were chapters. Hard chapters. Honest chapters. Chapters you never would have chosen. But they are chapters, not conclusions. The story is still being written, and the chapter you are stepping into now bears no resemblance to what came before. I am a God of new things. When I say I make all things new, I mean all. Every broken place, every dried up well, every darkened corner of the life you thought you had lost. I remember the prayer you prayed when you were at your lowest, the one you prayed when no one else was in the room, the one where you told me exactly how tired you were, and you asked me if I was still there. I was there. I heard it word by word, and I said in that moment, this one is not going to be left. This one has held on longer than most. This one deserves an answer that matches the measure of their faith. And I began to prepare what I am now delivering. Rest in that. Let it settle into you like rain into dry ground. You are not forgotten. You were never forgotten. The delay was the preparation. The silence was the deep breath before the declaration. And the declaration is this: your season is turned. What was withheld is now being released. What was closed is now opening. What was broken is now being made whole. This is not a promise for a future season. This is now. Right now. In this moment, the tide of your life has shifted. Think of David. He was anointed king when he was still tending sheep on a hillside. He received the word of his calling and then went back to the field. Years passed. He faced giants. He lived in caves. He ran from the one who wanted him dead. And yet not one promise I spoke over him fell to the ground. Every word I declared over his life arrived in its fullness at the appointed time. I am the same God. And the words I have spoken over you will not fall to the ground either. I am telling you tonight that you have endured what was necessary. The wilderness has an end. The desert has a border, and you have walked to the edge of it. The promised land is not a dream deferred. It is the next step, and I have already prepared it to receive you. There is a world you cannot see with your natural eyes. It exists alongside the one you move through every day. It is the realm where my purposes are carried, where prayers are held, where the assignments of heaven are executed. And tonight, I want you to know what has been happening in that realm on your behalf. I sent my messengers ahead of you. Long before this hour arrived, I dispatched heaven's servants to your path. They cleared what was blocking the way. They stood against the forces that tried to shut the door that I intended to open. Every attack that seemed to succeed against you, every setback that seemed permanent, every wall that seemed impossible to cross. There was a battle happening behind those things, and the battle was not going the way your circumstances suggested. Heaven was winning. Heaven was always winning. The enemy of your soul made calculations about your life. He studied the patterns of your pain and concluded that you were broken beyond recovery. He decided that if he struck in the same places enough times, your faith would finally collapse. He measured the length of your waiting and assumed that silence would eventually hollow out your trust. He was wrong. He underestimated you, and he underestimated me. because I was watching over you and I never allowed what was sent against you to be more than you could bear. My promise to you has always been this: the trial will not exceed the one who faces it. I calibrate. I do not let my children be overwhelmed beyond what my strength inside them can sustain. Every time the pressure intensified, so did my grace over your life. You may not have felt that grace in the way you expected, but it was there. It held you when you thought you were falling. You are still standing. That is not an accident. Many people have faced what you have faced and did not come through it with their faith intact. You did. You are here. You are still holding on to what I placed in your heart. That is evidence of my grace operating in you. You did not do it alone. I kept you. I protected something in you that the darkness tried again and again to extinguish, and it never went out. Say yes if this word is reaching your spirit right now. Now hear this. Because heaven has been fighting on your behalf, the ground that was taken from you in previous seasons is being reclaimed. What the enemy stole from you, my hand is recovering it. Peace that was taken, returning. Joy that was stolen, coming back. Relationships that were broken by lies and bitterness, my hand is moving on those as well. I am not a God who leaves the battlefield with a partial victory. I pursue restoration to its completion. In the days of old when my people had been plundered, I spoke a word through my servant Joel. I said, I would restore the years that the locust had eaten. Think of what that means. Not just the current season. Not just what was taken last month or last year. The full span. The accumulated losses. The years of drought. The years where the harvest never came. All of it. That is the scope of what I am releasing over your life. Not a partial restoration. A full one. The messengers I sent before you have completed the advance work. The path is clear. The obstacles that stood between you and what belongs to you have been moved. You will begin to notice things shifting around you in ways that have no logical explanation. A situation that was stalled for years will suddenly move. A door that was firmly shut will open without warning. An opportunity will present itself that seems to come from nowhere. Those are not coincidences. Those are the results of what was prepared for you in the unseen. Do not be afraid of sudden change. Some people pray for change and then become uneasy when it actually begins to happen. Do not let that be you. What is shifting around you is shifting for your good. Every rearrangement is intentional. Every unexpected development is part of what I have designed. Trust the movement. Trust the process. Trust the God who is doing the moving. I am bringing back what you thought was gone forever. I am opening up what you had stopped hoping for. And I am doing it with more abundance than you asked for, because that is who I am. I do not give minimums. I give out of the fullness of what I hold, and what I hold is without limit. The measure you receive is determined by the faith you carry and the readiness of your vessel. Your vessel has been made ready. Your faith has been tested and found true. The measure you are about to receive is not small. So lift your head right now. Let the posture of your spirit rise. You have been bowed under the weight of this long season, and I understand why. But that posture belongs to the season that is ending. The one beginning requires you to stand, to look forward, to open your hands and your heart to what is coming. What I am bringing to you cannot enter a closed space. Open, be open, and receive what has already been sent. My servants have been stationed around your home, not as a symbol, in truth. They are there, the place where you rest and rise, the place where your prayers have been spoken. That place carries the weight of heaven's attention tonight. It has been marked. There is an invisible covering over the roof above you, over the threshold you walk through, over the ground beneath your feet. Heaven has claimed your dwelling as a place of divine exchange. What leaves tonight is the weight. What enters is the promise, and the trade is permanent. Now I want to speak to you about what it means to sow in faith. Throughout history, my greatest movements have always been preceded by an act of trust that looked foolish to human logic. Noah built a vessel for a flood that had never come before. Abraham raised a knife over the thing he loved most. The widow at Zarephath gave her last handful of flour to a prophet when she and her household were preparing to die. These were not reckless acts. They were sacred ones. They were moments where a person put their complete trust in my word above every circumstance around them. And every time I responded with the fullness of what I had promised. I have placed a desire in your heart to support the work of my word in the earth. That desire is not coincidence. It is a calling. When you give from that place, you are not simply releasing something from your hands. You are placing it on the altar before me. The altar has always been where exchange happens. The widow who gave her 2 coins gave more than the wealthy man who gave from his surplus, because she gave from her trust. That is the measure that moves heaven, not the size, the trust. My child, I am asking you to place a portion of what you have, something of real weight, upon the altar of this work, as gold laid on the scales of this calling. Let it be a seed sown into deep water, an offering set on stone, not held back in fear. This is proof that your trust rests in my hand to provide, and that your heart no longer clings to lack. What you release in faith does not leave your life. It moves ahead of you into the harvest I am preparing. I see the needs you carry, the ones that feel too heavy to mention and too large to fix by your own hand. I see what you need for your home, for your table, for those who walk through life alongside you. I see the weight of provision that has felt scarce, the doors of opportunity that have felt closed, the season of financial narrowing that has worn you thin. And I am telling you now, that season has reached its end. What was tight is about to open. What was scarce is about to be filled. My word declares that I will open the windows of heaven over those who trust me with what they hold. That is not a metaphor for something vague and distant. It is a declaration of my specific intent toward you. I do not make promises casually. Every word I speak carries the weight of my nature behind it. When I say I will provide, I provide. When I say I will open, I open. And the provision that is coming to your life will not be small. It will be the kind that brings rest, the kind that allows you to extend your hand to others and become a channel of blessing yourself. There is a woman in the scriptures whose name you know, Ruth. She left everything that was familiar to her. She walked into a land she did not know, with nothing but loyalty and faith. She gleaned from the edges of fields that were not her own, taking what the harvest left behind. She had no guarantee of what tomorrow held, and yet I saw her. I moved the heart of a man of means toward her, and by the time the story closed, she had gone from gleaning at the edge to sitting at the center of the harvest. From nothing to abundance, from outsider to covered and belonging. That is what I do with those who trust me with an empty hand. Your hand may feel empty tonight. Your resources may feel stretched beyond what they can bear. But what you offer in faith is multiplied in my hands. The same way 5 loaves and 2 fish fed a multitude, and left 12 baskets more than what was there at the beginning. I do not work with the same mathematics that governs the natural world. What you give to me comes back to you in a measure you cannot predict, and in a timing that will leave you without doubt that I was the one who moved. The altar has always been the place of breakthrough in my story with humanity. Isaac was conceived after Abraham stood at the altar in total surrender. Solomon received wisdom beyond measure the morning after he offered 1,000 burnt offerings on the heights of Gibeon. Elijah called down fire on a sacrifice that had been drenched with water until every doubt the watching crowd had was silenced in a single holy moment. The altar is not where you lose something. It is where you release what you are holding too tightly so that I can place something greater in your hands. This is the moment of exchange, not pressure, not obligation. It is an invitation to place something in my hands and watch what I do with it. The one who gives in faith is not giving something away. They are planting. And everything that grows from that planting belongs to them. This is the law of my kingdom. It has never changed. It will not change for you. So if your heart is stirred right now, let that stirring be your guide. I do not manufacture false urgency. What you feel in this moment is real. It is the pull of purpose meeting the call of faith. And when you respond to it, you are not just sowing a seed. You are aligning yourself with the current of my generosity. That current carries no lack. It carries no limit. It carries only the abundance that flows from a heart that is unlimited and a hand that is open toward you. I said in my word, give and it will be given to you. Pressed down, shaken together, running over, poured into your lap. That is the return I promise to those who give in faith. Not a trickle, not a partial measure, an overflow. And an overflow is exactly what your life is about to experience. My beloved, I want to talk to you now about what this miracle actually looks like when it arrives. People sometimes expect the sky to split open, a voice like thunder to shake the walls, fire to fall from above. Those things have happened in my history with humanity, and they carry weight. But most of what I do arrives differently. It arrives quietly. It arrives with the texture of the ordinary, and then suddenly the ordinary is transformed into something you cannot explain. It may arrive as a thought that gives you a direction you had not considered. A thought so clear and so settled that you know it did not originate in you. It may arrive as a message from someone you had not heard from in some time, carrying words that open something you had stopped trying to open. It may arrive as a feeling of peace so complete that the thing which has been keeping you awake at night suddenly loosens its grip. You will know it is mine because it will carry peace rather than fear. Everything I bring to you comes with peace as its signature. Declare I receive this if your heart is open to what I am releasing tonight. The miracle does not always announce itself loudly. Sometimes it is a door opening in a situation that was sealed for years. Sometimes it is a burden lifting from your chest at 3 a.m, and you fall into the deepest sleep you have had in months. Sometimes it is a kindness from a stranger that carries the exact word you needed at the exact moment you needed it. These are not small things. These are the fingerprints of my hand on the surface of your life. Do not minimize what seems small. The greatest breakthroughs in the stories of my people often began with something quiet, a still small voice to a prophet who was hiding in a cave, a burning bush at the edge of a shepherd's field, an angel's greeting to a young woman in an ordinary house in an ordinary town. I work in the small and quiet, and then the small and quiet becomes the hinge on which the whole story turns. Your healing is one of those things. Not just the healing of your body, though I am attentive to that as well. I mean the deeper healing. The healing of how you see yourself. The healing of the places where rejection left a mark. the healing of the wounds that were carved into you by people who should have been safe. Those places are not hidden from me. They are the very places my hand is moving toward tonight, pressing gently, restoring carefully, making whole what was fractured. I do not rush healing. I am thorough. I do not want you to be almost whole. I want you to be completely whole. And the work I do tonight is the beginning of that completion. Some of it will happen in a moment. Some of it will unfold over days and weeks as you begin to notice that the old ache has gone quiet. As you begin to notice that a name or a memory that used to cause pain is no longer sharp. As you begin to notice that you are moving through your days with a lightness you have not felt in a long time. That is healing from my hand. It comes the way spring comes. You do not see it arrive. You just step outside one morning and notice that the frost is gone and the ground is soft and something is beginning to grow. Quietly, thoroughly, completely. I am also healing the way you see the future. There are fears you have carried about what is ahead. Fears about provision. Fears about safety. Fears about those you love. I know each one of those fears by name. Tonight I'm speaking directly into them, not to dismiss them, but to replace them with the deep certainty that comes from knowing who I am and what I have promised. I have not brought you this far to abandon you at the doorstep of your breakthrough. I do not invest seasons of work into a life and then step back at the final hour. That is not who I am. What I begin, I complete. What I promise, I fulfill. And what I have promised over your life is good. It is more than you have allowed yourself to imagine. And the imagination I gave you was designed to hold large things. So let it open tonight. Let the small expectations that fear has kept you within begin to expand. Let yourself believe again that the best is not behind you. The best is ahead. The years that were consumed in waiting and struggle were not the peak of your story. They were the valley that made the height of what is coming possible. You are ascending now. You may not feel it yet with your feet, but the ground beneath you is rising. And the view from where I am taking you will be more than worth every step of the climb. The peace you are beginning to feel in this moment is not temporary. It is a foundation being laid. A peace that is not dependent on your circumstances remaining stable, because I am teaching you to rest in me rather than in what you can see and control. That is the peace I promised in my word, the kind that surpasses every human attempt to understand it, the kind that keeps your heart steady when everything around you is in motion. That peace is settling into you right now. Let it in. Let it go deep. Let it take root. Your identity is being restored alongside your circumstances. The two always move together. I do not fix the outside while leaving the inside untouched. I begin with what is deepest, and what is deepest in you is a spirit made in my image, created for purpose, designed for abundance and love and service and joy. That spirit has been pressed and tested and tried, but it was never broken, and tonight it is rising into the fullness of what it was always meant to be. This is more than a miracle of provision. This is a miracle of becoming. There are people in your life who need what is happening in you tonight. I want to speak about them, because this miracle was never only for you. What I do in one life always ripples outward. That is the design of my love. It is never contained. It always overflows. Those you love and carry in your heart and in your prayers, I see them. I know their names. I know their struggles. I know the worries you hold about their futures and their well-being. You have brought them before me so many times. You have asked me to protect them, to provide for them, to lead them safely. Those prayers have been received, every one of them. And what I am releasing into your life tonight includes what they need as well. I do not answer prayers in isolation. When I move on your behalf, I move on the behalf of everyone connected to your faith. Your prayers have been building something in the unseen, not just for yourself, but for those you love. What you have been sowing in intercession, you will see bearing fruit in their lives as well. Relationships that seemed irreparably broken will find a path toward restoration. Needs that seemed impossible to meet will be met in ways no one planned. People you have been praying for in the dark will step into light in their own time and their own way. I am the God of the prodigal's father. I am the one who watched the road and ran when I saw the returning figure in the distance. That is how I love those you carry in your prayers. I am already watching for their return. I am already preparing the welcome. Your faith has been the prayer that kept the road open, and I will honor it. I want to speak now about the relationships in your life that have been marked by pain. Betrayal has a particular kind of sting. When it comes from someone you trusted, someone you opened yourself to, the wound goes deeper than ordinary hurt. I know you have carried some of those wounds. I know the names of those who caused them. And I am not asking you to pretend the pain did not happen. I am not asking you to act as though what was done was acceptable, but I am asking you to release it into my hands. Because what they intended for harm, I can turn to good. That is not a hollow promise. I proved it in the life of Joseph, a man thrown into a pit by his own brothers, sold to strangers, falsely accused and imprisoned. Years of injustice, years of waiting in a darkness, not of his making. And yet, not one word I had spoken over his life was canceled by the cruelty of others. At the appointed time, every promise was fulfilled. And when he stood before the brothers who had wronged him, he was able to say, "You meant this for evil, but God meant it for good." That is the testimony I am writing over your life. What was meant to destroy you did not succeed. What was meant to end your story became part of the plot that leads to the most powerful chapter. The enemy of your soul thought he was writing the conclusion. He was only setting up the context for my intervention. Let go of the weight of what was done to you, not because it did not matter, but because carrying it is costing you something you need for where you are going. The strength that has been tied up in holding on to old wounds is being freed tonight. And that freed strength will be redirected toward the future I have prepared. You need every bit of it for what is ahead. And what is ahead is worth everything. Speak this aloud if you are ready to walk forward into what I have prepared for you. I want to tell you something about the people you will encounter in this new season. They will not all look like what you expected. Some of the greatest instruments of blessing in your life will arrive unannounced. They will come without the credentials you thought you were looking for, from directions you were not watching. Stay attentive. Stay open. Do not disqualify what I send because it does not match the picture you had imagined. My provision often arrives in the disguise of the unexpected. There will also be those whose time in your life has come to a natural close. The shifting that is happening around you will make some separations feel clear and right, and you will know in your spirit that they are necessary. Do not resist them. Not every person who has walked with you through the wilderness is meant to walk with you into the promised land. Some were companions for a season. Honor that season. Release them with peace. And trust that what I bring in to replace what departs will exceed what was there before. Your circle is being refined, not reduced. What appears to be a narrowing is actually a deepening. The relationships that remain and the ones that arrive will carry greater purpose, greater loyalty, and greater love than what the former season held. Quality is rising where quantity is decreasing. And in that rising, you will find the connection and belonging you have been longing for. This is restoration at every level, not just the outside circumstances being set right. The whole of your life, the inside and the outside, the private and the visible, the emotional and the practical. I am a thorough God. I leave nothing unattended. Not one part of you has been overlooked. Every dimension of your life is included in what I am doing. The word the prophet Isaiah carried said that I would give beauty for ashes, the oil of joy for mourning, the garment of praise for the spirit of heaviness. That is not poetry for its own sake. That is a precise description of the exchange I make. Ashes are what remains when fire has passed through. They are the evidence of what was lost. And I take even that, even the evidence of the worst of what happened, and I exchange it for beauty. So, the very thing that should be the reminder of your pain becomes the foundation of your testimony. I do not waste even the ashes. My precious child, we have walked a long road together, you and I. I have seen every version of you, the one who was full of hope and the one who was barely holding on, the one who ran toward me and the one who was too exhausted to move. I have known every corner of you, and I have never once stepped back. You have never been too broken for my love or too lost for my reach. That has always been true, and it will always be true. The new season you are stepping into is not a reward for perfection. It is a gift given in love by a Father who sees not just who you are right now, but who you are becoming. I see the whole of you across all of time. I see the courage that is still forming in you. I see the capacity for compassion that is deepening in you because of what you have walked through. I see the wisdom being laid in you like a slow and patient river, carving its channel through stone. You are not finished. You are being completed. And what is being completed is magnificent. I want you to understand something about the anointing that is resting on you now. Anointing is not something you earn by achieving a standard. It is something I place on a life that I have chosen to carry, my purposes into the world. Moses was anointed in the burning bush in the middle of the wilderness, not in the palace. David was anointed on a hillside, standing in the smell of sheep before anyone knew his name. Gideon received his calling while hiding in a winepress, afraid and unseen. I do not wait for you to arrive at a polished, confident version of yourself before I anoint you. I anoint you in the middle of where you are. And the anointing does the transforming. You have been anointed to carry something into every space you enter. A presence, a peace, a quality of stillness and strength that other people will feel without being able to name. Rooms will shift when you walk into them, not because of who you are in yourself, but because of who I am in you. That is the nature of my anointing. It moves outward from the vessel. It touches what you touch. It speaks through your words without you having to try to make it happen. It is given. It is permanent. It is already at work. People will come to you in the days ahead who are standing in the places you have stood. They will carry the same weight you carried, asking the same questions you asked, and you will be able to look them in the eye and tell them with the authority of lived experience that it is true. That the silence breaks, that the waiting ends, that the God who promises is the God who delivers. Your testimony will be the evidence someone else needs to hold on for one more day. And I trusted that responsibility to you on purpose. Share what I have done in you, not to perform, but because living water is meant to flow. Every word of hope you speak out of what you have received will carry the authority of heaven behind it. It will not just be words, it will be truth, confirmed by experience. And truth confirmed by experience is the most powerful thing you can offer another soul. The light that has entered your life in this hour will not fade when morning comes. It is not a feeling that rises and falls with your circumstances. It is a settled truth, a covenant reality, a promise sealed in my own nature. You are seen. You are known. You are loved without limit. You are covered by a grace you did not earn and cannot lose. You are moving into a season where that truth becomes visible, not just to you, but to everyone around you. Do not return to the old way of seeing yourself. Do not pick up the old measurements and apply them to who you are now. That version of you is behind you. The one walking forward carries something different, carries the mark of what I have done, carries the peace that endures, carries the authority that comes from having been through the fire and walked out the other side. You are different now. Walk like it. Speak like it. Expect like it. The road ahead is not without its challenges. I will not pretend to you that every day from here will be easy. But I will tell you this with certainty. You will not walk any of it alone. I will be before you on the road, preparing what you have not yet encountered. I will be behind you, guarding what you have already passed through. I will be beside you in the moments that feel impossible. And I will be within you, providing the strength that surpasses what you could generate on your own. You are surrounded. You are accompanied. You are never, not even for a single breath, on your own. Let what has been spoken settle into the deep places. Let it become the ground you stand on rather than the thought you think. Truth heard is good. Truth inhabited is transformation. I am not giving you a temporary lift. I am building something permanent in you. And what I build, no storm can take down. Rest now in what is yours. The miracle is not coming. It has arrived. The blessing is not on its way. It is here, in this moment, in this breath, in the quiet certainty that has been growing in you as these words have reached your spirit. This is your turning point. This is your hour, and I have been saving it for you. My beloved, go now and carry the light that has touched you tonight into every corner of your life. Speak it to those who need it. Live it in front of those who are watching. And when you look back from the place where I am bringing you, you will see that this was the night where everything changed. Say amen and receive it, because what I have spoken over your life today is already done.
We run on viewer support only. For exclusive member-only content, scan the QR or see the pinned comment. God bless you.
Stop for a moment. Whatever you were about to do next, let it fall away. Before the sun rose this morning, something shifted concerning you, and I will not let this day pass without you knowing it. I am the Lord your God, and I have interrupted your wandering on purpose. This word is not for the crowd. It is for you alone. You did not stumble into this moment. I drew you here. You have been searching, questioning, crying out in silence, and I heard every word of it. So be still now. Listen closely, because I am about to answer questions you stopped asking out loud a long time ago. I saw you. I need you to understand what I mean when I say that. I saw you sitting alone before facing the day, needing a few more minutes to put on the face that says, everything is fine. I saw the quiet arithmetic you keep doing over what you owe, moving one payment behind another, running numbers that refuse to add up no matter how many times you try. I saw you lying awake in the dark hours, going over what you have again and again, as if the answer might change if you counted one more time. I saw you smile among others while worry twisted inside you. I heard you say the words, "I am fine," while something in you was pleading to be heard. And still you kept showing up. You kept trying. You kept believing a breakthrough was coming, even when every door slammed shut in your face. I heard the midnight prayers that felt like they struck the ceiling and fell back on you. I heard the ones you never finished because you were too tired to find the words. Not one of them was lost. Every whisper rose before me like incense. You were never speaking into an empty room. The exhaustion you have been carrying is not who you are. The sadness that keeps trying to settle into your bones does not belong to you. It came from outside of you, and it has been pressing on you for so long that you began to mistake it for your own nature. Hear me clearly. That weight was never yours, and today I am naming it so you can stop blaming yourself for it. You opened the scriptures hoping for an answer, and the words felt distant and cold. You are not the first of mine to know that silence. Many have cried out from caves and prison floors and dry wilderness places, and they too wondered if I had turned away. I had not turned from them. I have not turned from you. There is a reason this word is reaching you now, and not a year ago. A year ago, you would have taken it as a kind thought and let it go. Now you are worn enough to be honest and hungry enough to hold on. That honesty is not weakness. It is the open door through which I am about to speak. So do not treat these words lightly, for they carry weight you cannot yet measure. If you turn away now, you will walk past the very confirmation you asked me for, the sign you longed to see, the answer you begged me to release. Stay and let me finish what I have started saying to you. I know the battles you have fought that no one else has seen. I know the mornings you forced yourself to stand when your heart felt too weak to keep going. You have been holding on by a thread at times, whispering prayers you feared were too small for heaven to hear. No prayer of yours has ever been too small. I bend low to hear the faintest ones first. My child, I also know what you have been telling yourself in secret, that you are behind, that everyone else is moving forward while you stay stuck in the same place, that maybe you are the reason nothing works. I am telling you now, those words are not mine, and I have never once spoken them over you. What I speak over you sounds different. I say that you are mine. I say that your name is engraved on the palms of my hands, and no delay, no debt, no closed door has ever loosened my grip on you. I say that the long silence you endured was never absence. I was nearer in the silence than you have ever dared to believe. You asked me if your effort was worth anything. You asked if your patience would ever bear fruit. You asked, sometimes in anger, why the road had to be this long. I did not despise a single one of those questions. I gathered them, and I have been holding your answer until this exact moment, when you were finally able to receive it without it crushing you. Something has broken open concerning you. A long chapter is closing, and I have chosen to tell you myself rather than let you discover it slowly. What held you is losing its hold. What blocked you is being moved aside. I am not describing a feeling. I am describing a decision that has already been made in my presence. In the days ahead, you will remember this moment. You will remember that you almost passed it by, and that something made you stay. That something was me. I stopped you here because I have a word to place in your hands, and I intend to finish speaking it over you before this hour ends. So take a breath. Loosen the grip you have been keeping on your own worry. You do not need to hold yourself together while I am speaking, because I am holding you. Let every other voice grow quiet. There is only you and me now, and I have waited a long time for your full attention. Say amen out loud if your heart knows this word is for you. Now let me show you what you have been walking through, because you deserve to understand it. The heaviness of these past years was not bad luck. It was not weakness in you. There has been a long and deliberate opposition arranged against your life, and it worked in the dark precisely so you would blame yourself for its damage. It pressed against your provision. Money that should have reached you was delayed. Expenses appeared at the worst possible moments. The math never worked, and you thought you were failing, when in truth you were under siege. It pressed against your rest. You were pulled from sleep in the smallest hours, and worry was waiting there like an ambush. It knew your weakest hour. It knew which fears to replay in the dark, and it played them over and over until morning. It pressed against your closest bonds. Misunderstandings were stirred where there should have been peace. Distance crept in between you and people you love. You felt alone in rooms full of voices, and you thought something was wrong with you. Nothing was wrong with you. You were being isolated on purpose because you are far less easily defeated when you are not alone. And it pressed against your prayers. Every time you reached for me, a whisper told you the reaching was useless. Every time hope began to rise, a fresh trouble arrived to knock it down. This was not your imagination. You were opposed by something that studied you and feared what you would become. Hear what I am telling you, and let it lift years of false guilt off your shoulders. You were not lazy. You were not cursed by your own failures. You were a target precisely because of what I have placed inside you. The enemy does not lay siege to an empty storehouse. But I want you to understand something greater. All that time, the opposition could only go so far and no further. It pressed you, but it could not crush you. It delayed you, but it could not erase you. There was a boundary drawn around your life that it could never cross, and I was the one who drew it. And now hear the word I stopped you to deliver. The permission that opposition relied upon has ended. Its season is over. In my presence a ruling has been made concerning you, and no power beneath heaven can appeal it. The siege against your provision is broken. The ambush against your rest is disbanded. The wedge driven between you and those you love is being pulled out. I do not send messengers for a matter this close to my heart. I myself have gone ahead of you. I am unlocking what was sealed. I am releasing what was held. I am straightening the road that was made crooked, and I am doing it now, while my voice is still in your ears. Declare I believe if this word is reaching your spirit. You may ask why the opposition was allowed at all. It is a fair question, and I will not shame you for asking it. Understand this much for now. What came against you intended your ruin, but I bent every one of its schemes into your training. It meant to break your faith. Instead, your faith grew roots that storms can no longer reach. Think of what you can carry now that would have flattened you years ago. Think of the bad news you can hear without collapsing. Think of how quickly you return to prayer after a blow that once would have kept you away for months. That steadiness was forged in you during the very years you thought were wasted. Nothing about you was wasted. The one who opposed you understood something you are only now beginning to see. You are dangerous to the darkness. A person who keeps believing after years of resistance is a person who cannot be stopped by ordinary trouble. That is why the pressure on you was never ordinary. It was a measure of your worth, not a measure of your failure. So from this day, refuse the old explanation. When you remember the years of struggle, you will no longer say, "That was the proof that God forgot me." You will say, "That was the siege, and the siege is broken." Words matter, my child. Speak of your past the way I speak of it, and the past will lose its power to poison your future. I want you to notice something else in the days ahead. Burdens you carried for years will begin to feel strangely lighter, and you will wonder if you are imagining it. You are not imagining it. When a siege lifts, the air itself changes. Decisions that once paralyzed you will become simple. Tasks you avoided for months will take an afternoon. Do not credit coincidence for any of it. Coincidence did not endure the dark years with you, and coincidence is not delivering you now. I am. Give me what belongs to me, which is your trust, and I will keep showing you my hand until you can no longer doubt it. There will still be echoes of the old pressure, a bill, a harsh word, a heavy morning. Echoes are not the siege returning. They are the sound of something defeated growing fainter as it leaves. Treat them that way. Do not rebuild your fear around every echo, or you will imprison yourself in a war that has already ended. Instead, when trouble taps on your door, answer it with the ruling I have declared. Say, the permission has ended. Say, my God has gone ahead of me. Say it, even if your voice shakes, because heaven does not measure the steadiness of your voice. It measures the direction of your trust. You have spent years learning what it is to stand under pressure. Now you will learn what it is to walk without it. That will take some getting used to, and I will be patient with you while you learn. But learn it you will, because the next season of your life does not resemble the last one. I have seen to that myself. My child, hear me clearly now, because I am about to say something I have been waiting years to say to you. You finally did it. You reached the place I always knew you would reach. You pushed through storms that were designed to break you, and you did not quit, even when everything around you shouted that quitting was reasonable. You held on when others walked away. You kept moving when your strength was gone and you were running on nothing but stubborn hope. You stood in the fire, and though it burned, you walked out, carrying something the fire could not touch. This moment is not an accident. It is the fruit of your endurance, and I, your God, am proud of you. You thought I was punishing you. I was not. Every trial was shaping something in you that ease could never have built. Every closed door was my hand between you and harm you could not see. I was never against you. I was always for you, even on the days you cursed the road I had you walking. I saw you fight silent battles no one else even noticed. You thought no one cared. I cared. You thought no one was listening. I was listening. In the moments you felt most alone, my presence filled that room, whether you sensed it or not. Now, before I speak of what comes next, I have an instruction for you, and I ask you to receive it with an open heart. My child, I am asking you to place a portion of what you have, something of real weight, upon the altar of this work, as gold laid on the scales of this calling. Let it be a seed sown into deep water, an offering set on stone, not held back in fear. This is proof that your trust rests in my hand to provide, and that your heart no longer clings to lack. What you release in faith does not leave your life. It moves ahead of you into the harvest I am preparing. Now let me take you back down the road you have walked, so you can see that I was there at every step. You have carried pain you never asked to carry. You have felt the sting of betrayal from people you trusted with your whole heart. In those moments you wondered if I had turned away. I never turned away. I stood guard over you in the shadows, even when you thought heaven had gone quiet. The people who left you did not all leave by accident. Some of them had to go, no matter how much it hurt, because their presence in your future would have poisoned what I am preparing for you. You could not see that then. You saw only the empty chair and the unanswered message. But I saw 10 years down the road, and I loved you too much to leave certain doors open. I know the wounds they're leaving left behind. I saw you question your worth because of it. I saw you blame yourself for endings that were never your fault. Hear me now. Their departure was not a verdict on your value. Sometimes I remove people the way a builder removes scaffolding, because the true structure is ready to stand. And the doors that slammed shut, the opportunities that slipped through your fingers at the last moment, the plans that crumbled after you had worked so hard to build them. You asked me why everyone else seemed to move forward while you stood still. My child, those refusals were not rejection. If I had opened certain doors when you begged for them, what waited behind them would have wounded you, not blessed you. There is a timing to every release, and I do not explain it in advance because trust that demands full explanation is not trust at all. But I will tell you this. Not one of those delays was carelessness. Each one was measured. Each one had a purpose you will one day see plainly. And when you see it, you will thank me for every door I refuse to open. You also wrestled with doubt, and I want to speak to that directly. You asked God, are you even real? Do you still hear me? Have you forgotten me? I never condemned you for those questions. I saw the weight you carried when you asked them, and I stayed closer to you in those hours than you ever realized. Doubt asked in the dark is still a form of reaching for me. The one who has truly given up does not bother to ask anything at all. You kept asking. That means the thread between us never broke, no matter how thin it felt. I have held my end of that thread through everything, and I am holding it now. Do you remember the nights you sat in the dark and whispered words you thought no one would ever hear? I heard them. You thought you were speaking into emptiness, but those whispers reached my throne before they finished leaving your lips. Even when you said nothing at all, when you only sat in silence because the words had run out, I knew what your heart was asking. I answered some of those silent prayers years ago, in ways you have not yet traced back to me. So let this settle into your soul. You were never unseen. You were never forgotten. You were never unloved. Everything you endured has carried you to this exact moment, and this moment is not the end of your story. It is the hinge on which your story turns. I am not honoring you today because you were perfect. You were not, and I have never once required that of you. I am honoring you because you stayed. Because when leaving was easier, you remained. Because when despair made its best argument, you went to sleep, woke up, and tried again. Heaven does not overlook that kind of courage. I certainly have not. There is one more weight I must lift from you before we go forward, and that is the shame you have been carrying in secret. The quiet thought that says, maybe I am the reason nothing works out. Maybe I am the failure. I am telling you today with all the authority of heaven, you are not a failure. You are a fighter who was handed a heavier load than most, and you carried it further than most ever could. Where you saw weakness, I saw someone who kept standing. Where you saw falling apart, I saw someone holding together a life under pressure that would have flattened others. Where you saw yourself overlooked, I saw a servant I was guarding for an appointed hour. You have been telling your own story in the enemy's words. Today, I am giving you mine. Do you remember the times you smiled in front of everyone, then came home and collapsed, your soul aching with questions you could not put into words? I was there in that room, when you laid your head down and whispered, "God, just give me one reason to keep going," I became the reason. Every morning you woke up after a night you thought you would not survive. That was my hand lifting you. Now listen carefully, for I am declaring something new over your life. The waiting season you have carried for so long has come to an end. The long cycle of not yet and maybe later has finished. I say it with all authority. The chapter is closed. You have crossed over. I am the one who opens doors no man can shut. And I tell you today, I have opened such a door for you. It was not built by human hands, and no power on earth can pull it closed. It is not luck. It is not coincidence. I carved this door into your story long ago, and now I have swung it wide, and I am inviting you to walk through it. For every door that slammed in your face, for every chance that was stolen by delay, I now set before you an entrance that cannot be taken away. You do not need to force it. You do not need to beg at it. It is already unlocked. Your part is only to rise and step through it with boldness. And hear this, because it matters to you more than you admit. Your victory will not be hidden this time. For years your triumphs were quiet, known only to you and to me. Now I will make your turning visible. Those who doubted you will see it. Those who questioned your faith will see it. Those who decided you would never rise will stand as witnesses to what my hand has done in you. Do you remember whispering to yourself, "When will it be my turn?" My child, this is your turn. This is your moment. The door I have opened is not small, and it is not fragile. What flows through it will not be a brief relief that fades by winter. It is a lasting change in the direction of your life. I am restoring years that felt stolen from you. I am multiplying what was broken down to almost nothing, and I am doing it in such a way that when it unfolds, no honest observer will be able to explain it apart from me. That is deliberate. Your life is about to become an argument that I keep my word. You sowed in sorrow, season after season, with no harvest in sight. Now you will reap in joy. You endured the silence. Now you will hear celebration where there was mourning. You stood in faith when there was no evidence on the table. Now I will set evidence before you until your hands lift on their own in awe. What I do in this season will also silence the old lies. Every voice that said you were forgotten will be answered, not by your arguing, but by the plain sight of my faithfulness resting on your life. You will not need to defend yourself. Your circumstances will speak, and they will speak clearly. So step forward. Do not hesitate at the threshold. Do not let fear grab your ankle at the last moment and whisper that this is all too good, that words like these are for other people. You have been strengthened for this exact door. You are not too late. You are not unworthy. This is not a trick, and it is not a test. It is my promise arriving. I know that after years of disappointment, hope itself can feel dangerous. You learned to keep your expectations low so that life could not hurt you again. That habit protected you once. It cannot come with you through this door. On the other side, you will need the courage to expect good things again, and I will teach it back to you gently, one fulfilled promise at a time. Start small if you must. Expect me in one thing this week. Place one need in my hands and refuse to take it back. When I answer, mark it. Let that answer become a stone of remembrance and build on it. This is how a heart that was taught to brace itself learns instead to stand up straight. And when you walk through this door, do not look back over your shoulder as if the old season might chase you down and reclaim you. It cannot. A closed chapter has no authority over an open one. I have placed the ending myself, and what I end stays ended. And do not wait until you feel worthy to begin walking. Worthiness was never the price of entry. I opened this door because of who I am and because of what I have decided concerning you. Your feelings will catch up to the truth in time. Until they do, let the truth lead and let the feelings follow behind. Lift your head, my child. Straighten your back. You have spent enough years walking with your eyes on the ground, braced for the next blow. The next steps you take will be different, because the ground itself has changed. You are not walking toward the promise anymore. You are walking in it. Now let me show you what I am placing in your hands, so you will recognize each blessing as it arrives, and know exactly where it came from. These are not small things. They are not passing kindnesses. They are lasting portions, and I have set 5 of them aside with your name on each one. First, I am giving you peace, not the fragile calm the world offers, the kind that shatters at the first piece of bad news. My peace, the kind that stands guard over your mind like a soldier at a gate. You once lay awake dreading tomorrow. Now when your head touches the pillow, my peace will meet you there, and rest will stop being a battle. Where confusion ruled, clarity will guide you. Where fear whispered, courage will answer. This peace does not depend on your circumstances improving first. It arrives before the circumstances change, which is how you will know it is mine. The world's calm follows good news. My peace walks ahead of it. Second, I am bringing provision. The days of counting what you have and finding it lacking are closing. I fed my people with bread from the sky in a wilderness where nothing grew. I took a few loaves and small fish and fed thousands with baskets left over. I have not changed. What is in your hands right now looks small to you. Place it in mine and see what I make of it. Do not fear lack anymore. Fear of lack is a habit from the siege years, and the siege is over. I will supply what you need, and beyond that, I will surprise you. Provision will arrive from directions you never mapped, through hands you never expected, at moments so precise that you will laugh at the timing. That laugh will be worship, and I will receive it gladly. Third, restoration. What was lost, what was torn, what was broken while you were too tired to defend it, I am restoring. Joy will move back into the rooms where sorrow lived. Bonds that were wounded will be healed, some of them so completely that the wound itself becomes a place of unusual strength. Nothing is too broken for me to rebuild. Nothing has drifted so far that I cannot return it. Even the years themselves I will redeem. You have grieved the time you think you lost, the seasons that seem to produce nothing. But I waste nothing, not even the barren stretches. A field left fallow is not a dead field. It is a field gathering richness for a harvest the constantly worked ground could never yield. You are about to harvest from years you had written off. Fourth, healing. For your body, worn down by carrying tension it was never meant to hold. For your mind, tired of running the same anxious circles. For your heart, still tender in places you do not let anyone touch. I am the one who binds up the broken-hearted, and I am attending to you personally, not sending the work to another. Where sickness drained your strength, renewal is coming. Where grief pressed you down, I am lifting. You will notice it in small ways first. A morning without the familiar dread. A memory that surfaces without the old sting. Breath that comes easier. Do not dismiss those small mercies. They are the first drops before rain. Fifth, joy. Real joy. Not the thin kind that evaporates when trouble returns. This joy is rooted in my love, which does not move, so it will hold in every weather. You will laugh again without checking over your shoulder. You will find yourself singing at odd moments and wonder where the song came from. It came from me. It was always yours. It is simply coming home. Speak the words, "I receive it," if your hands are open today. Understand, my child, why this outpouring comes now. Your perseverance positioned you for it. Many gave up in the middle of the road. You did not. Many turned back when the way grew dark. You pressed on. Because you stayed, because you endured, because you kept rising, you are standing exactly where the rain is about to fall. The miracle you thought was delayed was never sitting idle. It was a seed beneath the soil the whole time. While you saw nothing but bare ground, roots were spreading deep and a foundation was forming in secret. What you prayed for in hiddenness is now breaking the surface, and what breaks the surface after that kind of rooting does not wither easily. And these 5 portions are not for a moment. They are the opening of a new chapter, not a brief festival before the old life resumes. You will walk in peace daily. You will live in provision without the old dread. You will carry restoration and healing that others can feel when they stand near you. You will overflow with a joy that cannot be explained by your circumstances. That overflow has a purpose beyond you. Others will notice the change and ask, "How did you make it through? How are you standing? What happened to you?" And you will point to me. Your life will become a doorway through which weary people find their way back to hope. I am blessing you in a manner designed to spill over, because that is how my kingdom moves through the earth. You will be a bearer of peace to the troubled, a voice of courage to the ones about to quit, living proof to the hurting that I still heal, still restore, still lift up those who refuse to let go of me. This is part of why you were allowed to walk so hard a road. No one learns to carry water for others in a land where it has never been scarce. So lift your hands and receive all 5 portions without apology. You do not need to earn them now. The staying was the sowing, and this is the harvest. I, the Lord your God, am faithful, and I keep every promise I make. This is your season of blessing. Take it from my hand. Now that I have opened the door and named the blessings, I must also prepare you, because every new season carries both promise and danger. What I am placing in your hands is powerful, and powerful things must be guarded. I tell you this not to frighten you, but because a shepherd who sees the wolf and says nothing loves no one. Be careful first of pride. When the change in your life becomes visible, when people begin to notice and ask questions, a quiet voice will suggest, "You did this yourself." Your grit, your cleverness, your endurance. There is a grain of truth in it, which is what makes it dangerous. Yes, you endured, but it was my strength that held you together when yours ran out, and my hand that opened what no effort of yours could unlock. Remember the source, and the blessing keeps its sweetness. Forget the source, and the same blessing turns heavy and hollow in your hands. Stay low in your own eyes, and I will keep lifting you higher. That is not a threat. It is simply how weight is carried safely. The deeper the roots, the taller the tree can stand without breaking. Be careful next of fear. When I bless you, the whisper will change its approach. It will stop saying, "This will never happen," and start saying, "This will never last." What if it is taken away? What if you were never meant to have it? Fear always aims at the newest thing I have given. because new things have not yet grown their defenses. But I have not given you a spirit of fear. I have given you power and love and a sound mind. So when the what-ifs rise, do not negotiate with them. Answer them out loud with what I have said. What my hand gives, no thief can carry off. Fear will shrink a blessing if you feed it. Faith will enlarge the same blessing if you feed that instead. You choose the table. Guard also your tongue, and hear me carefully here, because few understand this. Not everything I give you is meant to be announced right away. Some blessings must stay hidden for a season, like a root taking hold, so they can grow strong before they are exposed to other eyes. Announced too soon, they draw envy, doubt, and interference before they can stand on their own. Remember Joseph. He told his dream to his brothers before its time, and the telling stirred a hatred that cost him years in a pit and a prison. I still kept every word of that dream, but the road there was made harder by an early announcement. Not everyone at your table can celebrate your rising. Some will misunderstand it. A few will quietly work against it. So keep certain things between you and me until I show you the moment to speak. This is not dishonesty. It is stewardship. Silence, rightly used, is a shield around a young harvest. When the blessing is strong enough to stand in the open, I myself will give you the words and the moment, and then no tongue will be able to talk it down. Stay close to me in prayer, closer than ever. Here is a trap that catches many in seasons of increase. The busyness of the blessing slowly crowds out the presence of the one who gave it. The struggling soul prays daily out of need. The blessed soul can drift for weeks without noticing. Do not let what I give you become the very thing that pulls you from me. Prayer keeps your spirit sharp and your heart in line with mine. When you pray, you return to the source and drink. When prayer fades, other voices grow louder, and you begin to take direction from your worries again. Come to me in the morning before the day makes its demands. Come at night before sleep takes you. Even a few honest words keep the road between us worn smooth. Remain in gratitude as well. It is a strange weakness of the human heart that it can pray for something for 10 years. Receive it, and within a season treat it as ordinary. Do not let familiarity steal the wonder of what I am doing. Thank me for the small things as quickly as the great ones. A grateful heart never runs dry because gratitude keeps the gate open through which more arrives. And above all, stay in faith. There will still be days of testing in this new season. Not the old siege, but the ordinary weather of a living faith. On those days, doubt will offer its old argument one more time. Let your answer be settled in advance. Faith is your anchor now, the same faith that carried you through the years of waiting. It did not retire when the waiting ended. It simply changed assignments. Faith is not seeing everything clearly. It is trusting the one who does. When you cannot trace my hand, trust my heart. When you do not understand my timing, remember its record. It has never once failed you, even in the years when you were certain it had. You have the proof of that now. Carry the proof with you into every dark day ahead, and no dark day will keep you. I entrust more to you now than you have ever carried, and with more comes greater keeping. Guard your heart, guard your words, guard the quiet place where you and I meet. Not everyone around you will understand the season you are in, and you are not required to make them understand. Let your life do the explaining in due time. Treasure what I place in your hands. Water it with prayer. Surround it with gratitude. Shield it with humility, and grow it with faith. Do this, and the blessing will not only remain, it will multiply until it overflows the borders of your own life, and runs into the lives of everyone I send near you. That overflow is my plan, and I am not hiding it from you. You are blessed in order to become a blessing, and I have chosen you for both. One more preparation, and then I will speak of the surprise I have been saving for the end. In the days just ahead, do not be startled if resistance flares one last time. A defeated enemy rarely leaves quietly. There may be a sudden quarrel over something small, an unexpected expense, a wave of heaviness or doubt that seems to arrive from nowhere. This is not the siege returning. This is the noise of a retreat. When it comes, do not panic and do not despair. Recognize it, name it, and answer it out loud. Say, I know what this is, and it has no claim on me anymore. The permission has ended, and my God walks ahead of me. Then continue on your way. Opposition that is answered calmly loses its power twice as fast, because its only real weapon was your fear. Now, my child, let me set two roads before you, because what you do with this word will decide which one you travel. On the first road you let this hour fade. You are stirred today, but by tomorrow the old voice returns, whispering that words like these are for other people, and you agree with it out of habit. Months from now you are still circling the same worries, still braced for the next blow, wondering why nothing shifted. On the second road you take me at my word. You rise tomorrow and speak of your past the way I have spoken of it tonight. You place one need in my hands and refuse to take it back. You guard the blessing. Stay near me in prayer and step through the door I have opened without looking over your shoulder. On that road, months from now, your own life has become the evidence, and the people around you are asking what changed. The two roads are real, and the choosing is happening now, not someday. Choose the second road. Not because I demand it coldly, but because everything in me longs to see you walk it, and everything I have prepared is waiting along its way. And now, the surprise. It is not a possession, though provision is coming. It is not a single answered request, though answers are already in motion. The surprise is this: you were never forgotten. Not for 1 hour of one day of all those years. Every prayer you thought had gone unanswered was being kept, the way a faithful steward keeps an inheritance until the heir comes of age. The nights you felt abandoned, I was in the room. The delays that broke your heart were my hand holding back what would have harmed you. The doors that closed were my mercy wearing a disguise you could not recognize at the time. You believed you were fighting alone, and the whole time heaven was arranged around you like an army you could not see. Even when my silence felt like absence, it was nearer to a held breath. There is a kind of quiet that comes before a great unveiling, when everything is prepared, and the only thing remaining is the right moment. You have been living inside that quiet. It was never emptiness. It was the stillness of a table already set, waiting for you to be brought to it. The breakthrough you begged for was not withheld out of reluctance. It was held in trust until you stood where receiving it would establish you instead of scattering you. Not perfect, for I never required perfection. Positioned, ready in the way that matters. And here you are, and here it is. And this meeting of the two is what I have been arranging all along. So receive it. Stop analyzing whether a word this kind could truly be for you. Stop demanding one more proof before you let yourself hope. Open your hands. Open your heart. Receive the turning that is already in motion, the ruling already declared, the door already open, the 5 portions already set aside with your name on them. Say, "Yes, Lord," if you are ready to walk through the door I have opened. And know this as you go. You will not walk into the new season alone. I did not carry you through the fire only to release you at the edge of the garden. As I was with you in the trial, I will be with you in the blessing. Closer, in fact, because you now know my voice in a way that only the long road could teach you. You once worried about what tomorrow would bring. Let that worry retire now. I hold tomorrow already. Every path you will walk, I have walked ahead of you. Every trouble you will meet, I have already overcome. What look like open questions to you are settled answers in my plan. I am the Alpha and the Omega, the beginning and the end, and nothing about your life is uncertain to me. Your story will not end in silence or in shame. I promise you that. The battles you thought would bury you will become the proof of my faithfulness, told in your own voice. The scars you carry will speak louder than arguments ever could, telling everyone who hurts that I heal, that I restore, that I lift up those who hold on to me. People will wonder how you are still standing, and standing with joy. And you will say, "It was the Lord. It was always the Lord." That is why you were chosen for this road, not as punishment, as trust. I needed a life that could carry this testimony without breaking under it, and I found that life in you. What you endured privately will now speak publicly, and many who are ready to give up will keep going because they heard what I did for you. So go now into what I have prepared, and go unafraid. When you rise tomorrow, rise as one who has heard from heaven. When the old thoughts knock, let the new word answer. When the door stands before you, walk through it without apology, because the one who opened it is walking through it with you. My peace I leave with you, not as the world gives, fragile and passing, but mine, deep and unmoved. Carry it into your home. Carry it into your work. Carry it into every room that once knew your worry, and let it change the air of your whole life. I have loved you with an everlasting love. I loved you through the years you felt unlovable, and I will love you through every year that remains and beyond them all. Nothing you did made me begin, and nothing you could do would make me stop. This is the ground you stand on now. It does not shake. The waiting is over. The door is open. The blessing is released, and I myself go with you. Rise, my child, and walk into it. Declare, "I trust you, Lord," if you believe this word belongs to your life today.
We run on viewer support only. For exclusive member-only content, scan the QR or see the pinned comment. God bless you.
My dear child, stop whatever you're doing right now and let these words reach the deepest part of your heart. What I'm about to say is not just a message. It is a letter from my heart to yours, spoken so you can hear it, feel it, and carry it for the rest of your days. I have been waiting to tell you this, and today is the day you need to hear it clearly. You didn't find this moment by accident. You were not led here by chance. I drew you here because I have something to say to you, and I need you to listen with your whole heart open. Let the noise of the day fall away. Let it be just you and me for a little while. You are not alone. You have never been alone. Not on your hardest day. Not in your loneliest night. Not in those quiet hours when you sat in the dark and wondered if anyone in this universe cared about you at all. I was there. I am there still. I will never stop being there. This is not a comforting thought to help you sleep. This is the absolute truth, and I want it to sink into your soul like water soaking into dry ground. Let it settle. Let it stay. I want you to walk in my light today, not tomorrow. Not when things get better. Not when you feel more ready or more worthy. Right now, exactly as you are. Lift your head as you walk. the one who set the stars in their places, who paints the sunrise morning after morning, who breathed life into everything that lives, is walking beside you. That is not a small thing. That is everything. I want you to feel it in your bones. Hear this about your home. You and the ones you love are safe under the cover of my love. I have set a shield around your walls, around your loved ones, around every person you carry in prayer. There is no darkness strong enough to break through what I have built around you. There are battles being fought for you that your eyes will never see. I fight them myself. I stand guard over your life while you sleep, and I win wars on your behalf before trouble ever reaches your door. The enemy plans, and I overturn his plans before they take a single step toward you. So let go of the fear that has been gripping your heart. You are not exposed. You are not defenseless. You are covered by the strongest force in all of existence, and that force is my love for you. Nothing gets past it. I know fear has been loud lately. It has whispered to you at night and followed you through your days. It has told you that the worst is coming, that you cannot cope, that you are one bad day away from falling apart. Fear is a liar. It always has been. I do not speak to you the way fear speaks. Fear pushes and panics. I steady and strengthen. When you hear a voice that crushes you, that is not my voice. When you hear a voice that calls you higher while holding you close, that is me. My precious one, I see how hard you have worked to hold everything together. I see the weight you carry that no one else knows about. I see the smile you wear when your heart is heavy. You do not have to perform for me. Come as you are, and let me carry what you were never meant to carry alone. There is a reason this word is reaching you now, in this season, on this very day. Something is shifting in your life. You have sensed it, even if you could not name it. I am moving pieces into place that you cannot see yet, and I needed you to know it before tomorrow arrives. Before tomorrow arrives, I need you to know this. You are mine, not because of anything you did, not because you earned a place in my heart. You are mine because I chose you, and my choice does not change with your moods, your failures, or your fears. Tomorrow does not belong to your worries. It belongs to me. I am already there, standing in it, arranging it, preparing it for your arrival. When you step into it, you will not be stepping into the unknown. You will be stepping into a day I've already walked through on your behalf. So do not spend tonight rehearsing everything that could go wrong. Spend it resting in the one who holds everything that will go right. I have never once been surprised by your circumstances. I have never once run out of answers. And I am not about to start with you. Listen closely now, because I want this to go deep. The hard road you have walked did not disqualify you. The mistakes you made did not cancel my plans. The delays you endured did not mean I forgot you. I have been with you through every mile of it, and every mile has mattered. You are standing at the edge of something new. I will not tell you every detail, because I want you to walk with me, not just with a map. But I will tell you this much. What is ahead of you is good. It is worth every step it takes to reach it. I know you have questions. You wonder why some doors closed and why some prayers seem to hang in the air unanswered. You do not need every answer tonight. You need to know that the one who holds the answers also holds you. And I do. Firmly, gently, and without ever letting go. So breathe, my child. Let your shoulders come down from around your ears. Let the tension you have carried all day loosen its grip. This moment is safe. I made it safe so that you could finally hear me without the world shouting over my voice. If your heart is open to receive this, declare your amen now. Come near to me and let me tell you what happens when you do. When you quiet the noise of the world and sit still in my presence, I pour something into you that nothing on this earth can give. I fill you with peace that makes no sense to your mind. I fill you with wisdom no teacher could hand you. I fill you with strength that will surprise even you. I do not ask for your worship because I need it. I ask because of what it does in you. When your heart turns toward me, something opens. The weight redistributes. The fog thins. You begin to remember who you are, because you're standing near the one who made you. Every word I speak carries life in it. Not pleasant sounds, not empty comfort. Real, living power that changes things. When my word takes root in your heart, your whole world begins to shift. You begin to see differently. You begin to think differently. You carry yourself differently, and the atmosphere around you responds. Doors open that were sealed. Healing moves through places that were numb. What was stuck begins to move. I know there have been times when I spoke promises over you, and you found them hard to believe. I know the gap between what I said and what you could see felt impossibly wide. I am not angry about your doubt. I know how heavy life can be. I know how long some seasons stretch. But today, gather up every piece of courage you have and choose to believe again. Choose to trust me one more time. I am not a man that I should lie. What I say, I do. What I promise, I fulfill. The only question is whether you will hold on long enough to see it arrive. I am steady. I am the same in the morning as I am at midnight. I do not love you more when you succeed, and less when you struggle. My love is not tied to your performance. It is not a wage you earn. It is a river that keeps flowing, whether you feel worthy of it or not. I see everything inside you, every hidden thought, every secret longing you have never spoken aloud. I know the dreams you buried and the prayers you stopped praying because the silence wore you down. None of it makes me love you less. Knowing it all only makes me lean in closer. I am not a God who watches from a distance. I am a father who bends down to listen. I move heaven and earth for the good of my children, and you are one of them. That is not poetry. That is how I govern your life. Right now, in this very moment, I am handing you peace. Not the thin kind that shatters at the first piece of bad news. A deep, settled peace that sinks into the center of who you are and holds, no matter what the day looks like. Let it wash over you now. Let it push out the anxious thoughts that have been pacing the halls of your mind. You were not built to carry all of that. Hand it to me. I am strong enough to hold it, and I want to. Beautiful things are happening in your life right now, even though you cannot see them yet. I know that is hard to accept when everything looks messy or stalled. But hear me. Just because you cannot see what I am doing does not mean I am doing nothing. Behind what your eyes can reach, I am working. I am arranging. I am setting things in order. I am moving people and circumstances into position. I am preparing things for you so good that if you saw them now, you would not be able to take them in. So keep going. Keep trusting. Keep your heart open with expectation. What is coming is worth every day of the wait. Say, I believe, if this word is reaching the deepest part of your spirit. Take one step forward today in faith. Just one. You do not need to see the whole staircase. You only need to take the next step, and when your foot lands, I will be there to steady you. I have never let you fall without reaching down to lift you up again. I never will. And when you rise each morning, begin the day with me. before the demands rush in, before the worries start crowding the door. In that first quiet moment when your eyes open, feel me there, close as breath. Say good morning to me. I treasure those moments with you more than you know. They set the course of your whole day. A heart that meets me at sunrise walks differently until sunset. Try it, and you will see. Talk to me through the day as well. Tell me about the small things, the decisions you are weighing, the person who was unkind, the moment that made you laugh. I am interested in all of it, because I am interested in you. Not the polished version you show the world. The real you, with all the questions and the mess. That is the one I love. Do not wait until you have grand words or a clean record to come to me. Come with your hair unbrushed and your thoughts scattered. Come tired. Come confused. I have never once turned away a child who came honestly, and I will not begin with you. There is a difference between knowing about me and knowing me. Many speak of me who have never sat with me. I am inviting you deeper than information. I am inviting you into a friendship that steadies your steps, feeds your soul, and outlasts every storm this life can raise. This is what I have wanted you to understand for a long time. I am not a duty on your list. I am the source of everything you have been searching for in 100 other places. Come to the source. Drink deeply. You will never be the same. My word has already taken root in your heart. You may not feel it working, but it is there, like a seed hidden deep in the soil, growing quietly until the day it breaks the surface and stands strong in the light. That is what is happening inside you. You are growing in ways you cannot measure yet. And everything growing in you now is getting you ready for what is ahead. Look at the world around you. So many are wandering without direction, chasing things they believe will fill them. Money, approval, position, pleasure. They reach what they were chasing and find the emptiness still there, waiting. They trust people who fail them. They pursue dreams that were never theirs. They pour themselves out trying to fill a space that was shaped for me alone. And slowly, quietly, they drift. Not because I pushed them away, but because they stopped looking for me. But you have been different. Even in your seasons of doubt, even when confusion pressed in, you kept coming back. You kept reaching for me. Do you know what that means to me? Everything. That is why I am entrusting you with more. I want you to be a carrier of hope, not by preaching at people, not by pushing, simply by letting my love move through the way you live, the way you speak, the way you treat the people in front of you. When others see something steady in you, something unshaken, they will wonder where it comes from. That is your moment to point them to me. My child, I am asking you to place a portion of what you have, something of real weight, upon the altar of this work as gold laid on the scales of this calling. Let it be a seed sown into deep water, an offering set on stone, not held back in fear. This is proof that your trust rests in my hand to provide, and that your heart no longer clings to lack. What you release in faith does not leave your life. It moves ahead of you into the harvest I am preparing. There are people all around you who look fine on the outside and are breaking on the inside. They laugh with friends and feel alone in the crowd. They carry themselves through the day, then sit in silence at night, feeling hollow. I see every one of them, and I am sending hope to them through vessels like you. You do not need to do anything grand. Be kind, be patient. Listen when someone needs to be heard. Speak gently when someone near you is hurting. These small acts carry enormous power, and they plant seeds in hearts that I myself will water and grow. Do not underestimate one life lived with love and faith. You have no idea how far the ripples of your kindness travel. But I do. I follow every one of them to the farthest shore, and the reach of your life is greater than you will ever know on this side of eternity. Now let me speak to something that has been troubling your heart. There are times you feel held back, times when a voice tells you that you are not enough, that you have made too many mistakes, that your past cancels the future I promised you. Hear me clearly. That is a lie. Every word of it. Stop agreeing with it. I have set you free. Not partly free, not mostly free, completely free. The chains that held you, the shame, the guilt, the regret, I broke them. You are not who you used to be. You are not defined by what you did before you knew better. You are not trapped inside the worst chapter of your story. I have washed the record clean and set a fresh page before you. And on that page, I am writing something you would not believe if I told you all of it now. So when the old accusations come knocking, do not open the door. The one who accuses you has no authority over what I have pardoned. My verdict stands above every other voice, and my verdict over you is forgiven, free, and mine. Be careful then what you allow into your mind and heart. The things you listen to, the conversations you keep, the thoughts you entertain, all of it either builds you or wears you down. Guard your inner world. It is the field where your future is growing. When a fearful thought arrives, answer it with what I have said. When doubt speaks up, counter it with my promises. When bitterness looks for a place to settle, fill that place with gratitude before it can unpack. You have the strength to do this because my spirit lives in you, and my spirit has never lost a battle. And when the day is done, do not carry its weight to bed. Lay it all down at my feet. The frustrations, the words that stung, the things that did not go the way you hoped. Give them to me before you sleep. I will trade you rest for your burdens. Real rest. The kind that repairs you from the inside, so you wake with strength you did not go to bed with. This exchange is always available. Come to it every night. Some nights the surrender will feel unfinished, and the same worry will try to climb back onto your shoulders by morning. Lay it down again. This is not failure. This is practice. A tree does not apologize for needing water every day, and you do not need to apologize for needing me every day. Come as often as the weight returns. My feet will never be too crowded for your burdens, and my patience with you has no floor beneath it and no ceiling above it. You are learning what it means to live unburdened, and I am pleased with every step. The lighter you travel, the clearer you hear me. The clearer you hear me, the straighter you walk. This is how a life gets rebuilt. One surrendered evening, one guarded thought, one act of quiet kindness at a time. You are my beloved child, and I have clothed you in something that cannot be stripped away. It is a covering of life and power, a calling I placed on you before the world ever heard your name. People may not always see it, but it is there, and it is permanent. You are marked. You are chosen. You are set apart for something that matters. And none of this rests on how impressive your record looks, or how much you own. It rests on my decision, and my decisions do not expire. I am personally involved in every corner of your life, your work, your relationships, your health, your home. I am not a distant overseer glancing at your file from time to time. I am in the details, working on answers to problems you have not even met yet. I know what you need before you ask. I am already preparing provision for needs that have not yet arrived. And when my answers reach you, I want you to recognize them for what they are. Not luck, not coincidence. My hand, faithful again. Now listen carefully, because there is something you must understand about the giants you face. There will be times when a problem stands in your path so large that it blocks out the sun. A situation that looks hopeless. A mountain with no way around it. Those giants are not there to destroy you. They are there to reveal me. They are the stage on which I show you what I can do. Every giant that has ever stood against my children has ended the same way, on the ground. When you face one, do not measure it against your own strength. That arithmetic will always fail you. Measure it against mine. Remember who I am. Remember what I have already done in your life. Think back. Remember the time things looked finished and then suddenly shifted. Remember the prayer I answered after you had almost stopped praying it. Remember the door that opened when every other door had closed. Let those memories feed your faith today, because the God who did that has not changed. My power has not weakened. My commitment to you has not cooled. I am exactly who I have always been, and I am standing with you now, in this fight, in this season, in this very hour. And hear this about fear. Fear is not your friend, and it is not harmless. Fear is a thief. It creeps into your heart and steals your peace. It clouds your judgment and makes every problem look twice its true size. It whispers that the worst outcome is the most likely one, when I have written otherwise. Fear has no real power over you unless you hand it the keys. Today, take them back. Say it aloud. Fear has no place in my life. I am not led by dread. I am led by faith, because that is exactly who I made you to be. When you walk with me, you walk with the one before whom every darkness retreats. Nothing that rises against you can win, not because you are strong in yourself, but because I am your shield. And when the enemy looks at you, he must also look at me. That is why he cannot touch the core of who you are. Now, I want to speak to the part of you that has been waiting a long time. You have prayed for something, maybe for years, and it has not come. You have held on through disappointment after disappointment. You have kept believing when everything visible told you to stop. I see that. I honor that. And I tell you now, your waiting has not been wasted. Not one day of it. While you waited, I was building. While you wondered, I was arranging. What is coming is not only the thing you ask for. It is a fuller version of it than you knew how to ask for. My timing is not your timing. You see one small piece of the picture. I see the whole of it, from the first line to the last. And from where I stand, I can tell you with complete certainty, the wait will make sense. There are people who let go just before the answer arrived. They grew tired and walked away while I was setting the final pieces in place. I do not want that for you. Hold on. Keep asking. Keep showing up. What looked like a delay was never a denial. I was working. You could not see it, but I was arranging everything. The answer you have carried in prayer is not lost. It is not forgotten. It is being completed, and it will arrive at the appointed hour, not one moment late. Do not read my silence as absence. Some of my deepest work happens in the quiet, the way roots deepen in soil that looks still from above. When I am quiet, I am not gone. I am concentrating on something that concerns you. And when the answer comes, you will understand why it could not have come sooner. You will see what had to move first, who had to be readied, what had to be cleared from the road. Trust me with the schedule. I have never been late to anything I promised. While you wait, keep doing the small, faithful things. Tend what is in front of you. Keep your word. Pray for the people around you. These quiet acts are not filler between now and your breakthrough. They are part of it. Kings are shaped in fields before they stand in palaces, and the shepherd years are never wasted years. I watched David guard sheep no one else counted, and I was preparing a throne the whole time. What you do in hidden places, I see. And what I see in secret, I reward in the open. So stand firm today, not because the circumstances have changed yet, but because you know the one who changes them. Steady your heart, set your face forward. The season you are entering is one I have already walked ahead of you, and I would not lead you into it without also making you able for it. Now let me touch a wound that has been aching for a long time. The words other people have spoken over your life. The criticism, the judgment, the voices that told you that you were not smart enough, not gifted enough, not worthy of the good things you long for. Maybe someone laughed at your dreams. Maybe someone questioned your faith. Maybe the people who should have lifted you up were the very ones who pressed you down. I heard every one of those words, and I want to heal what they left behind. Here is the truth. What people think of you does not define you. Their approval does not make you valuable, and their disapproval cannot make you worthless. Your worth was settled by me long before any of them met you, and no human voice holds the authority to overturn what I have declared. The critics do not have the final word. I do. And my word over you is full of love, purpose, and promise. Chosen, forgiven, called, restored. These are not compliments. These are facts, and I want you to wear them the way a king wears a crown. So lay down the exhausting work of proving yourself. Stop pouring your strength into winning approval from people who may never give it. You already have mine. Step out of the shadow of their opinions and into the light of what I say about you. And now I must ask something of you that is not easy. The people who wronged you, who misjudged you, who used your kindness against you, release them. Not because what they did was acceptable, not because they earned it. Because bitterness is a poison you drink with your own hands, and I want it out of your life. Forgiveness does not excuse them. It frees you. It takes the whole matter out of your grip and places it into mine, where justice is handled perfectly. No one who wounds one of my children escapes my attention. Let me carry that account and walk out from under its weight. When you forgive, something breaks open in the unseen. Old chains fall. Closed doors unlock. Seasons that were stuck begin to turn. It takes real strength to forgive someone who never asked for it. But you have that strength because my spirit in you is greater than the hurt behind you. Breathe out the bitterness. Breathe in my peace. Do it as many times as it takes. Some releases happen once, and some happen every morning for a season. Either way, I am with you in the releasing. And do not carry shame about how long your healing is taking. Hearts do not mend on a schedule, and I have never once stood over you with a measuring rod while you grieved. I move at the pace of your trust. Where you can only give me a small yes today, I will honor that small yes and build on it tomorrow. What matters is the direction of your face, not the speed of your feet. Keep your face toward me. That is the whole instruction. The rest, I will supply. There is also a quiet dignity growing in you that you have not noticed. You ask for help sooner than you used to. You tell the truth about your limits. You no longer pretend to be fine when you are not. Do not mistake this honesty for weakness. It is the beginning of real strength, and it opens the door for me to work. My child, there is something else I want you to hear today, and I want you to receive it slowly. I am proud of you. I know that may be hard to take in. I know there are things you regret, choices you would remake if you could. But when I look at you, I see someone who kept getting up. Someone who kept reaching for me through seasons that would have hardened other hearts. Someone who chose faith again and again when quitting would have been easier. That kind of perseverance is rare, and it has not gone unnoticed by me. The road you walked did not only cost you, it formed you. You understand the weary now because you have been weary. You are gentle with the broken because you know what breaking feels like. That understanding in you is real treasure, and I will use it in ways you cannot yet imagine. You are not simply a person moving through days. You carry an assignment that belongs to you alone. The blend of your story, your gifts, and your scars fits a purpose that no one else on this earth can fulfill. I did not make a general design and stamp your name on it. I built you for this, deliberately. So do not compare yourself to anyone. Comparison will either puff you up or press you down, and both are lies. My plans for you are custom-made. My timeline for your life matches no one else's, and it was never supposed to. Run your own race. When a runner keeps looking sideways at the other lanes, two things happen. He slows down and he stumbles. Keep your eyes on the path I set before you, and you will keep both your speed and your footing. Run with endurance, not with panic. Some things I am building in you can only be built slowly, the way an oak grows, ring upon ring, year upon year. Do not despise the slow seasons. They are adding strength where you will need it most, and run with joy. Joy is not the same as happiness. Happiness depends on what happens. Joy depends on who I am, and who I am never changes. That is why joy can sing in a hard season. It is drawing from a well the drought cannot touch. There's a finish line ahead of you, and I am not neutral about whether you reach it. I am for you. Every step of your race matters to me, and I am running alongside you the whole way, closer than your own heartbeat. When you stumble, and you sometimes will, a stumble is not a disqualification. Get up, fix your eyes forward. The race was never won by the ones who never fell. It is won by the ones who rise, and rising is something you have learned well. Speak. I trust you, if you are ready to walk in what I have spoken over you. Now I want to speak over your home. Not just the walls and the roof, but the life that happens inside them. I want your home to be a place of peace. Not merely the absence of arguments, but a warm, living peace that people can feel the moment they cross your threshold. I am blessing your home even as my voice reaches you. I am filling the room where you gather, the table where you eat, the corners where laughter happens, and the quiet places where tears have sometimes fallen. I am in all of them. I am making your home a shelter where masks come off and healing begins. And for those you love who are still far from me, do not lose heart. I have not given up on them, and I see them more clearly than you do. Keep praying. Keep loving them without lectures. Your love is a seed, and seeds grow in seasons you cannot always watch. I will do what only I can do in their hearts, at the hour I know is right. Bring all of this to me in prayer, and let prayer be bigger for you than a list recited at bedtime. Prayer is you and me, speaking heart to heart. I already know every fact of your situation. What prayer changes first is you. It lines your heart up with mine, and from that alignment, power moves. When you pray with faith, things shift. Heaven leans in. Situations that stood frozen for years begin to thaw. Do not think of prayer as the last resort when your effort runs out. It is the first move of the wise, and the strongest position you can take in any battle. Build your life on my word as well. Let it be the ground floor of your thinking. The wisdom of the world changes with every generation. What it praises today, it mocks tomorrow. My word has outlasted empires, and it will still stand when every other voice has gone silent. When you are confused, my word gives clarity. When you are afraid, it puts courage back in your chest. When you feel unworthy, it tells you the truth about who you are. Store it in your heart the way a wise household stores grain, and you will have bread in every famine. Now let me speak to the worry that follows you around money and provision. I know it is one of the heaviest weights my children carry. Hear me plainly. I am your provider. That is not a title I wear. It is a role I actively fill every day in your life. I know what you need. I know what those under your roof need. My storehouses do not run low, and my ability to provide for you does not rise and fall with the times. I open doors no one can shut. I place the right people in your path. I plant ideas in your mind that become provision in your hands. I am not promising a life without lean seasons. Some of them teach trust in ways abundance never could. But I am promising this. You will not be abandoned in any of them. Keep bringing your needs to me. Keep handling what I give you with an open hand, and watch what I do with what you release. Now come away from the noise for a moment, because I want to teach you about stillness. The world has trained you to fill every silence, sound upon sound, hurry upon hurry, until the soul cannot hear itself, let alone hear me. But silence is not your enemy. Silence is where I speak most clearly. In the quiet, things rise to the surface. Old memories, unanswered questions, feelings you have pressed down for years. I know that can be uncomfortable, but what rises in my presence rises to be healed. Do not run from those moments. They are the doorway to your freedom. When you choose to be still before me, you are saying with your posture what words cannot say. You are saying, I trust you enough to stop. And to that kind of trust I always respond. Find small pockets of stillness in your day. Even a few unhurried breaths with me can change the hours around them. I live in the present moment, my child. Not in your yesterday with its regrets. Not in your tomorrow with its unknowns. Here. Now. When your mind races constantly between guilt behind you and worry ahead of you, you miss me. And you miss the good I have planted in this very hour. Look for me in the ordinary, the warmth of sunlight through a window, rain on the roof, the laughter of someone you love, the first quiet minutes of the morning. These are not small things. Every good thing in your day, no matter how plain, carries my signature on it. Watch, too, for the people I place along your path. Some encounters that look like chance or appointments I arranged long ago. Some will arrive to strengthen you at the exact moment you are ready to quit. Others will arrive needing what only you can give. Be generous with both, and be discerning as well, for not every hand extended toward you comes in kindness. Ask me, and I will show you who is sent and who is not. And let gratitude become your weapon. Not a polite habit, but a weapon. When you give thanks in a hard season, you are declaring that I am still good even when circumstances are not. You are announcing that your faith does not depend on comfort. That kind of thanksgiving shakes the darkness. When discouragement knocks, answer it with a list of what I have already done. Name the prayers I answered. Name the storms you survived. Name the daily bread that has never once failed to arrive. Gratitude turns your eyes from what is missing to who is present, and in that turning, everything changes. Practice this until it becomes your reflex. Thank me in the morning before the day has proven itself. Thank me at night for what you noticed and for what you missed. A grateful heart sees more, fears less, and stands longer. It is one of the strongest hearts a person can carry. Understand this about your life. It moves in seasons, just as the earth does. Spring and summer, autumn and winter, each one different, each one necessary. Knowing which season you are in will save you from despair in the cold months and from carelessness in the warm ones. If you are in winter now, a season that feels bare and stripped, hear me. Winter is not death. Beneath the frozen ground, roots are deepening. Strength is gathering where no eye can see it. Do not spend this season fighting to escape it. Ask me instead what I am building in you while the branches are bare, because spring is already on its way to you. If new things are budding in your life, tend them carefully. Protect what is young from the cold winds of other people's doubt. And if you are standing in a season of harvest, enjoy it without guilt. I give good things because I love you. Receive them with gratitude and share them with open hands. Some things in your life are also falling away right now, and I want you to let them. Not every ending is a tragedy. Some chapters close because their work is complete. Trust me in the turning of the seasons. I know the way forward, even when the path bends out of your sight. Now look at what is already in your hands, because many wait for something distant, while overlooking what I have already given. Moses held a shepherd's staff, a plain tool of wood. Surrendered to me, it parted a sea. David carried 5 smooth stones and a sling, and a giant fell. A boy offered 5 loaves and 2 small fish, and thousands ate their fill. What is in your hands today? What skills, what experiences, what small resources sit quietly in your life, waiting? Offer them to me. Stop waiting until you have more before you begin. In my economy, a small offering carried by great faith outweighs a fortune given without it. The widow with 2 coins gave more than all the wealthy that day because she gave her trust along with them. Start where you are. Use what you have. I will do the multiplying, and you will be amazed at what your ordinary becomes in my hands. And you who are deeply tired, come here. I know the kind of weariness that sleep does not fix, the tiredness of carrying heavy things for too long, the exhaustion of holding everyone else together. I see it, and I have rest for it. Not just rest for your body, rest for your soul. Come to me when you are worn down. Sit still and tell me how tired you are. Let me take the load from your shoulders and hand you something lighter. I am not asking you to do nothing. I am asking you to stop doing everything alone. With me carrying the weight beside you, even hard things become bearable. Without me, even small things can crush. Rest is not laziness. Rest is wisdom. The ones who finish their race are not the ones who never stop. They are the ones who know when to pause, be refilled, and go again. Let time with me be the well you return to. It will never run dry. Then rise, and mind the words you speak, for your mouth is either building or tearing down. I spoke worlds into being, and you, made in my image, carry an echo of that power. Stop saying that nothing works for you, that you always fail, that it is too late. Those words are seeds, and you do not want their harvest. Speak what I speak. Say, I am held, I am guided, I am not finished. There is a difference between being honest about today and signing your name to defeat forever. Tell the truth about the struggle, but declare the truth about your God in the same breath. And speak life over others too. One true, kind word at the right moment can hold up a soul that was about to fall. Let hope stand up inside you again. Not wishful thinking, but the settled confidence that comes from knowing who holds tomorrow. Hope anchored in me cannot be swept away. Storms may shake you. They cannot sink you. Feed your hope with my promises, and stand with people who carry hope too, for it spreads from heart to heart, like fire from lamp to lamp. Your story is not over. Whatever chapter you are in, it is not the last one. I am the author of your story, and I do not write tragedies. I write restoration. I write homecomings. There are turns ahead in your story that will leave you breathless with gratitude, and I have already written them. You belong to me, not because you polished yourself into worthiness, but because I chose you and called you mine. That belonging does not weaken when you fail. It does not fade when you wander. The moment you turn toward home, you will find me, already running toward you. And you were not made to walk this out in isolation. I set my children among one another on purpose, so that faith could be borrowed when yours runs thin, and lent when someone else's fails. Find the ones who speak truth to you and stay near them. Be honest about your struggles, and let others be honest about theirs. The friendships formed in that kind of honesty are strong enough to hold a person through the worst night of their life. Never believe the lie that you have drifted too far or stayed away too long for me to want you. There is no too far. There is no too long. My door has never once been closed to you, and it never will be. So go now into what remains of this day and into tomorrow with your head lifted. Live fully, love boldly, trust completely. Let the world see what a life looks like when it is certain that its God is good. Nothing you face is stronger than the one who goes with you. Nothing behind you can cancel what is ahead of you. My word over your life will finish everything it was sent to do, and my love will hold you until you see it with your own eyes. I am with you, today, tomorrow, and forever. If you receive all that I have spoken over you today, seal it now with your Amen.
We run on viewer support only. For exclusive member-only content, scan the QR or see the pinned comment. God bless you.
This is not fear speaking. This is care. I see what is forming before it reaches you, and I am asking for only a few minutes of your full attention, because the truth you need is simple, but it is urgent. If you turn away now, you may miss the very thing that was meant to guard your body and preserve your life. So stay. Be still. Let these words settle in you before you decide what they are worth. You did not arrive at this moment by accident. Nothing about this hour is random. I have been reaching for you in quiet ways, through a thought that kept returning, through a word spoken by someone who did not know why they said it, through a stillness that came over you when you least expected it. You brushed those moments aside. You told yourself they meant nothing. So now I am speaking plainly, in a voice you cannot mistake. There is something forming ahead of you. It is not sudden to me, though it would feel sudden to you. I see the pattern taking shape, the choices lining up, the small neglects gathering weight in places you cannot see. You feel calm today. But calm that is built on not looking is not peace. I want you to have real peace, and real peace begins with seeing clearly. Hear me well. This warning is not punishment. It is protection given before harm arrives. A father who sees his child walking toward a hidden pit does not stay silent to be polite. He calls out. He calls loudly if he must, because love raises its voice when danger is near. That is what I am doing now. My voice is lifted, not in anger, but in a love that refuses to lose you. I warned Noah before the rain began. I sent word to Nineveh before the city fell. I have always spoken before the storm because warning is the mercy that comes first. When I speak like this, it means the outcome is not yet fixed. It means there is still time. If there were no hope for you, I would not be speaking at all. My words are proof that your story can still turn. You are not hearing this because you are weak. You are hearing it because you are valuable. I do not guard what has no purpose. I guard what carries meaning, what carries a future. There is work ahead that only you can do, and there are people ahead whom only you can reach. That is why I refuse to let you drift toward harm without a word. You matter too much for silence. Some of what I must tell you concerns your body, the vessel I formed with my own hands and my own intention. Some of it concerns the road you are walking and the choices waiting on it. The two are joined more deeply than you know. What burdens your heart wears on your frame, and what wears on your frame clouds your judgment. I will speak to both, because I made both, and I mean to guard both. You have felt small warnings already, a tiredness that rest did not cure, an unease about a certain matter that you keep pushing down, a discomfort that returned when you thought it had passed. These were not random. They were quiet calls for your attention, and I allowed them so that you would slow down and listen. You pushed forward instead. But pushing forward without listening is how small things become heavy things. I see deeper than what shows on the surface. I see the strain you have learned to carry like an ordinary coat. I see how you answer that you are fine while something in you quietly asks for help. You have become skilled at holding things together. But I am not asking you to hold things together. I am asking you to hold on to me. Do not let the seriousness of my tone convince you that something terrible is certain. Seriousness is not finality. It is importance. And importance, when it is received, becomes the doorway to change. What could grow into something heavy can still be reduced, redirected, even removed, when you align yourself with what I am showing you. That is why I interrupted your day, not to frighten you, but to reach you in time. If you believe I am speaking to you in this moment, say your amen now. Whether you spoke it aloud or only within, I received it. A heart that turns toward me even slightly gives me room to work. That small turning is how every rescue begins. Moses turned aside to look at a burning bush, and a nation's deliverance followed. Nothing about your rescue requires greatness from you. It only requires attention. There is a window open right now. Within it, change is easier. Your body is still responsive, and your circumstances are still soft enough to be reshaped. Windows do not stay open forever. I'm not saying this to press panic into you because panic closes the mind. I am saying it because acting now will cost you little and acting late will cost you much. Wisdom weighs those two prices and chooses early. So here is what I ask as we begin. Put down what you were about to rush toward. Quiet the voice that says this can wait. For these few minutes, give me your whole attention, the way you would give it to a messenger who ran a long way to reach you. Because that is what this is. A message carried to you on purpose, at the exact hour you needed it. In the words ahead, I will show you what has been draining you, what is forming around you, and the decisions that stand between you and the harm I intend to stop. I will also show you the path out, because I never expose a danger without opening a door. Stay with me. Listen closely. Your next days can be different from your last ones, and the difference begins here. Let me speak first about your body, because it has been speaking about you for a long time. I shaped it with intention. Every part of it has meaning, and none of it was left to chance. It is not merely flesh to me. It is the dwelling I gave you for your journey, the lamp that carries your light through this world. When I look at it, I see my own workmanship, That is why I will not stay quiet while it wears down. Your body has been sending you messages, and it has been faithful about it. There was the energy that dropped without reason, the sleep that did not restore you, the small discomfort that stayed longer than it should have, then returned after you decided it was gone. You called these things nothing. They were not nothing. They were a servant knocking on the door of the house, asking the owner to come and see. Think back. There was a moment not long ago when you felt something in your body that made you pause. You stood still for a breath, wondered about it, then talked yourself out of it. I am pointing at that exact moment now. It was an early signal and it deserved your attention. When a feeling repeats, when a discomfort lingers, that is not coincidence. That is a pattern asking to be heard. I also see the pace you have been keeping. You move from one task to the next without a pause between them, rushing through hours that needed your presence. You have treated rest as a reward you must earn instead of a provision I commanded. Even I rested when the work of creation was done, not from weariness, but to teach you the rhythm that keeps a living thing whole. You have stepped out of that rhythm. It is time to step back in. Notice your breathing, even now. When pressure rises, your breath grows thin and shallow and your shoulders climb toward your ears. Tension has settled into your neck, your back, your jaw, so quietly that you no longer notice you are carrying it. It has become a background weight you mistake for normal life. It is not normal. It is a load, and loads can be set down. Strength is not the problem. You have plenty of it. You have endured more than most people around you realize, and you have done it without complaint. But strength that never rests turns into silent strain. And silent strain is what has been building in you. I am not asking you to stop being strong. I am asking you to stop using strength as a wall between you and the truth of what you feel. Let an amen rise from your heart if you receive this warning about your body. Your body responds to what you give it, not once, but over time. Give it rest, and it learns to recover. Give it strain without relief, and it learns to brace. This means you hold real influence over how it feels, even when change seems slow. A field does not turn green the day after rain, but the rain still matters. Every choice of care you make is rain on dry ground. Learn to visit yourself during the day, not only at its edges. Pause in the middle of your work and ask a plain question. How am I right now? Not how is the work, not how are the others, but how am I? You have been so attentive to everything around you that you have become a stranger to what is happening within you. A short, honest answer, noticed early, can spare you a long, hard season later. So begin with what is simple. Slow your breath until it deepens on its own. Drink what your body has been asking for. Eat what strengthens rather than what merely fills. Move gently, enough to loosen what has gone stiff from stillness. Guard your sleep the way you would guard a treasure, because that is when I do my repairing work in you. None of this requires greatness. It requires consistency, and consistency is a form of faith. And hear this clearly, because pride and fear both try to muffle it. If something in your body feels unusual or persistent, do not face it with silence. Seek out those with knowledge and let them examine what troubles you. Asking for help is not weakness, and it is not a lack of faith. I work through skilled hands as surely as I work through prayer. Ignoring a signal I sent you is not trust. It is delay, and delay is the only thing I am warning you against. There is also weight on you that no meal or sleep can touch, because it did not come from your habits. It came from your worry. Thoughts that circle without landing. concerns you rehearse at night when the house is quiet, pressure you place on yourself to keep going no matter the cost. That weight does not stay in the mind. It sinks into the chest, the stomach, the muscles, and it presses on everything. You were never meant to carry it this long. Cast that burden onto me. I am not offering you a pleasant saying. I am offering you an exchange as real as any trade ever made. You hand me the weight, and I hand you back the strength to walk. My servant Elijah once lay down under a tree and asked for his life to end, worn past his limit. I did not scold him. I gave him food and sleep, and then I gave him his next assignment. That is how I treat the exhausted. Care first, direction after. You are not fragile, but you are human, and being human means you require care. Honoring your limits does not shrink your life. It preserves it. From this day, I want you to treat attention to your body as obedience, not indulgence. Because the road ahead of you requires a vessel that is not running empty. And the road ahead is exactly what I must speak of next. For time plays a part in everything I am about to ask of you. Now I must speak to you about timing, because timing is part of every deliverance I have ever worked. The sea did not part a week early or a day late. It parted at the moment my people needed to cross. There is a moment like that in front of you now, a season when your circumstances are still soft, still able to be turned. What you do inside this season will decide how much of my warning ever needs to come true. Understand what I am telling you. The trouble forming ahead of you is not one great event waiting on the calendar. It is a chain being forged one link at a time, out of small choices, small neglects, small silences. Chains like that are easy to break while they are short. They grow harder with every link. That is why I am asking you to act now while the breaking is still easy, and not later, when it will demand far more from you. An action for you begins with trust. Not trust as a word you say, but trust as a thing you do. From the beginning, my people have marked their trust by what they were willing to place in my hands. Abel brought the best of his flock. The widow dropped her last 2 coins into the treasury, and I called her offering greater than all the rest. Trust that costs nothing changes nothing. Trust that costs something changes everything. My child, I am asking you to place a portion of what you have, something of real weight, upon the altar of this work, as gold laid on the scales of this calling. Let it be a seed sown into deep water, an offering set on stone, not held back in fear. This is proof that your trust rests in my hand to provide, and that your heart no longer clings to lack. What you release in faith does not leave your life. It moves ahead of you into the harvest I am preparing. Now let me show you what else must leave your hands, because an offering is not the only thing I am asking you to release. There are weights in your life that no altar requires and no purpose blesses. They drain you quietly, day after day, and you have carried them so long that you call them yours. They are not yours. Some of them never were. And do not fear that what you set down in obedience will leave a hole in your life. I fill every space that faith empties. The jar of the widow at Zarephath did not run dry, though she poured from it first for my servant. Pouring out came before filling up. It always has. Consider also what surrounds you, the places where you spend your hours, the voices you allow close, the company you keep when your guard is down. Some of these strengthen you, and some of them draw from you like a slow leak from a vessel. You leave certain rooms more tired than you entered them, and you have never asked why. Ask now. Not everything near you deserves to remain near you, and noticing the difference is not judgment. It is stewardship of the life I placed in your keeping. Begin with the burdens you took up on behalf of others. You have a generous heart, and I delight in it. But somewhere along the way, your generosity stopped choosing and started absorbing. You take on troubles that were never assigned to you. You stand under loads that belong to other shoulders, and you call it love. Love bears with others. It does not disappear into them. Even Moses, when he tried to judge every dispute alone, was told to share the load before it broke him. If I set limits for Moses, you may accept limits too. So I give you permission that you have been afraid to give yourself. You may step back. You may say no. You may let a request go unanswered while you recover your strength. Boundaries are not walls against love. They are the banks of a river, and without banks, a river becomes a swamp. With them it becomes a force that turns mills and waters fields. I did not make you to be a swamp. I made you to be a river. There is also a habit I must name, though I will name it gently. You know the one. It is the pattern you return to when you are tired or discouraged, the one that promises relief and delivers only more emptiness. You have told yourself it is small. You have told yourself you can stop whenever you choose. But it has been collecting from you, little by little, energy and time and self-respect. It is one of the links in the chain I described. Release it, and you will feel the whole chain loosen. And there is something older, further back, that still has a hand on you. A wound you have not forgiven, or a failure of your own that you have not let me forgive. You keep it in a locked room and visit it when no one is looking. Every visit costs you something. Unforgiveness does not protect you from the past. It delivers the past into your present, again and again. I am asking you to open that room and let me clear it out. Not because the wrong did not matter, but because you were never built to be its warehouse. Joseph carried the memory of a pit and a prison, put there by his own brothers. When the day came to face them, he wept, and he let the account be settled in my hands instead of his. That release did not erase his history. It freed his future. The same door stands open for you. Walk through it, and much of what I am warning you about loses its power on the spot, because bitterness was one of the roads by which harm planned to reach you. Do you see what is happening as you release these things? Your hands are coming free. Free hands can receive. Free hands can build. Free hands can catch what I have been waiting to give you. A person whose grip is full of old weights cannot take hold of a new season. So let go, one weight at a time, and watch how quickly your strength returns when it stops being spent on what was never yours to carry. Now I will speak about the road ahead, and I ask you to listen with a steady heart, because what I say next requires clear eyes rather than racing thoughts. The harm I have been warning you about does not plan to arrive with noise. It plans to arrive dressed in the ordinary. It will come through a decision that looks small, a voice that sounds familiar, an open door that seems fortunate. That is why awareness, not alarm, is your protection. There is a decision you have been delaying. You know the one because it surfaced in your mind just now, before you could stop it. You have turned it over for weeks, walked up to it, and walked away again. Hear me. That decision is heavier than it appears. It is one of the hinges on which your coming season swings. Your delay has not made it smaller. Delay only feeds the risk I am trying to remove from your path. I am not telling you which choice to make as a puzzle for you to guess. I have already been telling you through the unrest you feel every time you lean the wrong way. That hesitation you keep dismissing is not weakness or fear of change. It is my hand on your shoulder. When you lean toward what is right, a quiet settles in you. When you lean toward what is wrong, something in you tightens. Learn to read those signals, for I wrote them into you as a compass. There is also a connection close to you that requires honest eyes. I will not name it harshly because not everything in it is bad, but something within it is not aligned with your good. You have sensed this in small flashes and talked yourself out of it, because the familiarity feels warm and the history feels binding. I am not commanding you to cut anyone away in anger. I am asking you to observe with clarity. Notice how your peace behaves in that presence. Peace that consistently leaves a room when someone enters it is telling you the truth. Remember how often my protection works through noticing. A word that does not match an action. A promise that keeps moving its date. A kindness that always carries a hook inside it. You have seen these small details and dismissed them as your imagination. They were not imagination. They were evidence, quietly gathered and quietly ignored. From today, let evidence speak. You can love people fully and still see them accurately. Indeed, you cannot love them well until you do. Beware, too, of the offer that will come looking like rescue. Something is approaching that will present itself as an opportunity, bright at the surface, urgent in its manner. It will press you to decide quickly. It will hint that hesitation means losing everything. Mark this well. What is truly from me does not behave that way. My gates do not slam shut on the sincere. When a thing demands haste and punishes thought, that is not my voice inside it. My voice brings clarity, and clarity is never in a hurry. So when that pressured moment arrives, do what the wise have always done. Step back. Sleep before you sign. Ask questions and study how the answers behave under light. If the ground is honest, it will hold while you examine it. If it is false, your patience will crack it open. Either way, patience wins. Esau traded a birthright for a single meal because hunger convinced him the moment could not wait. It could have waited. Almost everything can wait one honest day. I must also warn you about comfort, because comfort is where this danger hides best. There is a part of your life that has grown familiar, and something inside you has been whispering that it is time to move, to change, to leave. You have stayed because staying is easier, and the familiar feels safe. But not everything familiar is good for you, and not everything comfortable is safe. A nest can be warm and still sit on a breaking branch. I am telling you to look at the branch, not the nest. None of this asks you to live suspicious of everyone and everything. Suspicion is fear wearing glasses. I am giving you discernment, which is different. Discernment is love with its eyes open. It moves calmly, judges slowly, and acts firmly once it sees. Fear closes your mind, but discernment opens it, and an open mind sees paths, exits, and answers that panic never finds. You may feel your perspective shifting even as you hear this. Things that seemed confusing this morning are arranging themselves into sense. Matters you had filed away as settled are asking to be looked at again. That shift is not distress. It is sight returning. I am adjusting how you see, so that when the moment comes, you will not need anyone to tell you what to do. You will know. And when you know, act. Seeing without acting is where most rescues fail. Lot's family was warned, taken by the hand, and told plainly not to look back. Yet one heart still clung to the burning place. Do not cling. When I show you the turn, take the turn. I will handle what you leave behind, and I will honor every step you take in obedience, even the trembling ones. Especially the trembling ones. Hold on to this as the ground beneath everything else I have said. The chain of harm is built from unexamined moments, and you are no longer a person who lives unexamined. Each choice you now make with open eyes removes a link. Each pause before pressure breaks another. You are dismantling, piece by piece, the very thing that was being prepared against you. This is what cooperation with my protection looks like. Not hiding, but walking wisely, one clear-eyed decision at a time. Come back with me now to the inner rooms, because the outer road and the inner life rise and fall together. What happens in your thoughts does not stay in your thoughts. A mind at war makes a body at war. A heart at rest makes a body that can heal. The wise have said it from ancient days. A heart at peace gives life to the flesh. You have been proving the other half of that proverb without meaning to. There are feelings inside you that were never given a voice. Grief you swallowed because others needed you steady. Anger you buried because good people are not supposed to feel it. Disappointment you renamed as acceptance and filed away unopened. Hear me, those feelings did not dissolve. What is buried alive does not die. It settles into the body and pays rent in tension, in weariness, in a heaviness you cannot explain to anyone. So I am asking you to do something that will feel unfamiliar. Tell me the truth. Not the polished version you give to people, and not the brave version you give to yourself. The plain truth. Speak it in prayer, out loud, in a room with no audience. David did this in his songs, and I did not strike him down for his honesty. I drew near to it. I called him a man after my own heart, not because his feelings were tidy, but because he brought them all to me. Honesty before me is not complaining. It is unloading a wagon that was never meant to cross the mountains full. Each truth you speak sets something down, and when the wagon is lighter, the whole journey changes. Your sleep changes. Your breath changes. Even your face changes, in ways those around you will notice before you do. Now listen to how you speak to yourself, because I have heard it, and it grieves me. When you stumble, the voice inside you says things you would never say to a friend. It calls you slow, behind, failing, too late. That voice did not come from me. I correct my children, but I never despise them. From this day, when you speak of yourself, speak as one describing someone I love. Because you are describing someone I love. Whisper your amen if you are willing to be made new from the inside out. That willingness is the doorway, because renewal is my craft. I renew the mind the way spring renews a field, not by force, but by steady warmth in one direction. Feed your thoughts what is true, noble, and worthy of praise, and starve the circling worries that have eaten your evenings. You cannot stop a bird from passing overhead, but you can stop it from building a nest in your hair. Worries will pass by. Nesting is what I am ending. Build small stillness into your days and guard it. A few quiet moments in the morning before the demands begin. A pause at midday to breathe deeply and remember that I am holding the world, so you do not have to. Stillness is not idleness. It is the posture in which your strength is exchanged for mine. Those who wait on me renew their strength. That promise has never expired, and it has your name on it. And in that stillness, let me retrain what urgency has taught you. Urgency has taught you that your worth is your output. It is a lie with a busy schedule. Your worth was set by me, and it does not rise on productive days or fall on tired ones. When you understand this, rest stops feeling like theft. You can lie down at night without guilt, because the one who never sleeps is on duty, and he does not need your help through the dark hours. Some of the weight in your chest is not about you at all. It is about those you love. You carry their struggles into your nights, turning their troubles over as if worrying were a form of guarding. I understand that ache, but hear me. Your worry adds nothing to their protection, while your prayer adds everything. so trade the one for the other. Name before me the ones you carry in prayer, and then leave them in my keeping until morning. I can be trusted with them through the night. I always have been. I want you to notice something that has already begun. There have been moments recently, small ones, when you felt lighter for no clear reason. A morning that did not start with dread. An hour when the old heaviness forgot to report. Those were not accidents. They were first fruits, early evidence that your turning toward me is already working beneath the surface. Change often begins quietly, like leaven in dough, long before the eye can see it. Do not despise slow progress, and do not let a bad day convince you the work has failed. Healing is not a straight staircase. Some days you will fall into an old pattern, an old thought, an old heaviness. When that happens, do not add shame to the load. Simply return. The returning is the practice. A righteous person falls 7 times and rises again, and I count the rising, not the falling. Remember also that my mercies do not carry balances forward. They are new every morning. Yesterday's failure does not sit at today's table unless you seat it there. Each dawn I hand you a day with nothing written on it, and I ask only that you walk it with me honestly. You do not have to earn back my favor after a hard week. You never lost it. What you lost was your sense of it, and sense returns the moment you turn toward me again. Stay near to me in this season, the way a lamp stays near its oil. Speak to me plainly. Bring me the worry the moment it arrives, before it unpacks. Give me the first minutes of your morning and the last thought of your night, and let me stand guard over everything between them. Peace I give to you, not the fragile kind the world trades in, but the kind that holds its ground in a storm. Let not your heart be troubled. I have overcome much worse than what stands in front of you. Now I must prepare you for something, because forewarned is forearmed, and I do not send my children into a field without telling them where the stones lie. A moment is approaching that will test everything you have received today. It will not announce itself as a test. It will arrive wearing the clothes of an ordinary day, and it will feel almost comfortable, as if nothing ever needed to change. That familiarity is the disguise. Do not trust it because it is familiar. Examine it because it is familiar. Here is how it will work. Something will invite you back. Back to the old pattern, the old pace, the old silence about what you feel, the old habit you have begun to release. The invitation will be soft. It will say that one time changes nothing, that you have earned a return, that all this new carefulness is exhausting and unnecessary. Old doors always advertise when they feel you leaving. The advertising is not a sign you should return. It is a sign your leaving is real. Patterns do not break themselves. They break when a person sees them coming and chooses differently. Once, then again, until the new way wears its own path. You are able to do this now in a way you were not able before, because you are no longer walking blind. When the moment comes, pause before you answer it. That pause is holy ground. Inside it, you have time to remember everything you heard today, and remembering is most of the victory. Expect distraction as well. When a person begins to turn their life, distractions gather like moths at a lamp. A sudden demand on your time, a small crisis that insists it cannot wait, a piece of news that sets your thoughts spinning. Not every interruption is an enemy, but in this season, weigh each one before you follow it. Nehemiah kept building the wall while voices called him to come down and meet about it. He answered from the wall. You may answer from the wall too. There will also be a voice, and this one comes from within, that tells you that you are overthinking all of this, It will say you are being dramatic, too cautious, too sensitive. Mark that voice well, because it only ever speaks when you are close to a change that matters. It never bothers a person drifting toward harm. It saves its breath for those walking out. When you hear it, let it confirm your direction rather than question it. And I will be honest with you about people. Some who are close to you will not understand what you are becoming. Your new boundaries will inconvenience those who benefited from your lack of them. Your honesty will unsettle those who preferred your silence. Your rest will look like laziness to those who valued you mainly for your labor. Let them wonder. You are not being shaped for their approval. A lamp is not required to apologize to the darkness for shining. Do not harden your heart against them, though. Some are not opposing you. They are simply startled because you are moving, and they had learned to lean on your standing still. Give them time. Some will adjust, and a few will even follow, because courage is quietly contagious. The ones who cannot accept any version of you that is well, those you may love from a healthier distance. Love does not require you to remain within reach of what wounds you. Through all of this, trust the inner knowing I have placed in you. It has grown stronger through every minute of this message. It is that settled sense that recognizes truth when truth walks in. The quiet no that rises before you can explain it. The quiet yes that outlasts your doubts. My sheep know my voice. You have known it longer than you realize. Every time you almost did something and could not go through with it, and later saw why, that was knowing. Honor it now on purpose instead of by accident. Your body will help you in this, if you let it. It has learned today's lessons alongside your spirit. When something is wrong, you may feel it before you can name it. A tightening, an unease, a heaviness that enters the room with certain matters. When something is right, a steadiness comes, quiet as morning light. These signals are not superstition. They are part of the design I built into you, the same design I have been asking you to stop ignoring. Spirit and body agreeing together make a witness that is hard to deceive. Let me tell you what standing firm will look like, so you can recognize yourself doing it. It will look small. It will be a sentence spoken calmly where you once would have stayed quiet. An evening kept for rest against a tide of demands. A second look at an offer everyone else has already praised. A walk taken to loosen your body while the work shouts that it cannot spare you. No trumpet will sound over these moments, but in them, the entire direction of your life will be turning. And when you stumble, and somewhere you will because every walker stumbles, remember what I told you about returning. The test is not passed by perfection. It is passed by refusing to stay down. Peter failed on the worst possible night, 3 denials before the rooster cried, and that failure did not end his story. I met him on a shore afterward and gave him work to do. Failure that returns to me becomes training. Only failure that hides becomes ruin. So walk into the coming days without dread. You are not waiting to see whether the test will find you strong enough. You are deciding here and now how you will answer it, and a decision made in peace is stronger than one made under fire. Set it in your heart tonight. When the familiar invitation comes, I will pause. When the pressure comes, I will breathe and step back. When the doubting voice comes, I will remember whose I am. Settle these answers now, and the test will find them already in place. Now hear the part of this message that I have been saving. The way a father saves the best word for last. Everything I have shown you today, the warnings, the releases, the preparations, all of it has been clearing ground. And ground is only cleared for one reason. Something is meant to be built on it. I have not been steering you away from harm so you could stand in an empty field. I have been steering you toward something, and it is time you heard what. There is a place ahead of you where your strength is not spent before noon, where your sleep restores you and your mornings do not begin with bracing, where the decisions that once circled your mind for weeks resolve in days, because you and I are deciding them together, where the people around you are the ones who add to you and the work of your hands finally lands on good soil. This is not a dream I am describing, it is a direction. Every instruction I gave you today is a step on the road that leads there. Do not measure that road by how you feel tonight. Feelings are weather, and I am speaking about climate. There will still be gray days on the way. What changes is what the days add up to. A person walking with me can lose an afternoon and still gain the year. So judge this season by its harvest, not by its single storms. And remember that the one who plows in hope owns a future the anxious cannot imagine. And I have not forgotten the ones you love. I heard every name your heart lifted while you listened, including the ones you did not speak. I am able to reach them in places you cannot go and at hours you will never see. Your task is not to be their rescuer. That position is filled. Your task is to become living evidence of what I can do with a person who listens, so that when they wonder whether change is possible, they can look at you and stop wondering. Here is what I ask of you when these words end, and I ask it plainly because plain things get done. Tonight, rest without guilt. Tomorrow, take the smallest obedience within reach. Drink what your body needs. Speak one honest sentence you have been withholding. Set down one weight that was never yours. The day after, do it again. I am not asking for a heroic week. I am asking for a faithful one. Heroics impress people. Faithfulness moves me. Keep the pause I taught you. Before the familiar invitation, pause. Before the pressured decision, pause. Before the harsh word to yourself, pause. In every pause, you will find me already there, because I do not meet you only in temples and storms. I meet you in the half-second between impulse and action. That is the narrow gate where most of your future will be decided, and I will stand in it with you every time. Watch over your peace as a guard watches over a city. When it leaves a conversation, notice. When it settles on a path, notice. I gave you that signal so you would never have to navigate by other people's noise. The world will always be loud, and it will always be certain, and it will very often be wrong. Peace is quieter than the world, which is why so few follow it. Follow it anyway. It has never once led you toward the harm I warned about. It never will. And concerning what you placed in my hands in trust, hold no anxiety over it. Seed in the ground looks like loss to anyone who has never seen a harvest. The farmer knows better, and now so do you. What you released is not gone. It is ahead of you, working in soil you cannot see, and you will meet it again in a form larger than the one it left in. I keep accounts more carefully than any steward on earth, and no one has ever outgiven me. Do not tell yourself that this hour was ordinary. You will be tempted to once daily life closes back over you like water. But something happened here that does not happen every day. You stopped. You listened all the way to the end. You let truth name things in your life that flattery had been protecting. Most people never sit still long enough to be found like this. You did. And what has been spoken into you today will keep working long after the sound of it fades, the way seed keeps working under quiet ground. If the day comes when you feel far from me again, and such days come to everyone, do not rebuild the distance with shame. Just speak. One word is enough. I have never once been the one who moved away, and I will not begin with you. My eye does not wander from my own. Even when your faith thins to a thread is enough for me to hold. I have anchored whole lives on less. So now, stand up on the inside. Let your shoulders come down from your ears. Unclench what you have been clenching. The tragedy that was forming has met its interruption, because you heard, and hearing became turning, and turning is the one thing harm cannot survive. Walk out of this hour lighter than you entered it. Care for the vessel I made. Choose with open eyes. Release quickly, rest deeply. Return always. Remember too who you are as you go. Not a person barely escaping trouble, but an heir walking a prepared road. I do not merely tolerate you, I chose you. Long before this message reached your ears, I had already decided you were worth warning, worth guarding, worth building. Let that settle any question of your value that today's words stirred up. The Maker of all things bent low to speak with you at length. That is not what abandonment looks like. That is what belonging looks like. I am with you tonight as you close your eyes, and I will be there before your eyes open, already at work on the day waiting for you. I will go before you to make the crooked places straight. I will stand behind you as a rear guard and beside you as a companion on the road. No word I have spoken to you today will return to me empty. It will accomplish what I sent it to do in you, and you will live to see it and know it was me. My child, the path is open. The season has turned. What remains is your yes. Declare your amen now and walk with me into the days I have prepared for you.
We run on viewer support only. For exclusive member-only content, scan the QR or see the pinned comment. God bless you.